Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. We are happy to be coming at you this lovely Sea of Spears Sunday. We're sorry that we had to miss out a few weeks ago. It's just that Felicia's job is like super mega important. Even more important, some say, than reclaiming the throne of all Westeros and bringing order and stability, and hopefully some like prosperity and peace and stuff, whatever, to the Seven Kingdoms. So yeah, she just had to go work. Um, but we're back, and that's what matters. That's what really matters deep inside. Is that we are back today. And I don't remember where we were last time. I don't like nothing really big happened, as I recall, right?
Oh,
Like you guys,
please.
like I think you were just having a picnic or something down on some island, like rah rah
A
rah.
beach
We
Rah.
we
party?
we did have a picnic on an island.
Yeah, I just
Technically.
yeah, it was
Technically.
just a it was a filler episode, right? Like when Zuko and them go to the island and they play volleyball, and yeah, it was that sort of thing. It was just a no big deal filler episode, right? Right? Or were you guys up to something else? I don't remember.
I did. There was a redhead. I remember
Uh-huh.
that.
Oh, I forgot.
And we Indiana Jones some shit.
Good East.
Yeah, we Goonies did. And
Yep.
and and except Raina, who just fucking wasn't having any of that shit and walked through all the traps.
She was just like, I'm not dying to this nonsense, and the dice were like, yeah, she's right, she's not.
He's not like regular people, so.
Yep.
And we learned the most valuable treasure was friendship.
Yeah, that and treasure.
I'm friends with treasure.
So, as we left off, you lot had just claimed the dragon's hoard. You find yourself in a deceptively huge chamber that must have started out as like a natural cavern, but you can see that it's been hewn into the shape, and then it kind of blends back into the unworked natural. What the hell is going on, Felicia?
Now I've got the stupid Viking song on my head.
Okay, sorry. It's just
Human
thought,
whatever.
thought you were having a stroke. Uh, it's like she was just rolling her eyes and flopping her head around, and
It's just how my brain
uh,
works. And it
the cavern is clearly worked and smooth, and then it kind of organically fades into the natural stone of a cave instead of a worked chamber, and the whole thing is just a little off-putting in that way. You're like, this just feels a little organic, and it's weird. And you notice that where the stone has been worked in this chamber has been worked in the texture that you recognize as like the thick scales on dragon eggs that you've seen. The fake eggs, the paintings of eggs. So you realize then that the shape of this chamber and perhaps the feeling that it's meant to convey is that you are inside a dragon's egg. It's this weird shape, and you're like, yeah, no, like that. It's kind of weird. Checks out.
uh-huh.
So you're also in here with some stuff. A lot of that stuff is not the dragon's hoard. A lot of this stuff was buried with an ancient Targaryen that was laid to rest here who knows how long ago. But there's absolutely no mistaking that most of this stuff is absolutely yours now. And that everything you see in casks and barrels, which I'm not really sure the difference is between a cask and a barrel, so I'm going to use both words, is the Targaryen treasury that was smuggled out of the Red Keep by your uncle Jothos Valerian, the Red Cofferer. They drained barrels of wine and hurriedly refilled them with all the treasures of the Targaryen dynasty. So, there are stacks and stacks of barrels, and then secreted in place amidst some of the barrels, there is the occasional thing that does not quite fit in a barrel. So there are some notable things lying around that are not quite barrel sized, but most of it is gonna fit in barrels. Is the order given / permission given, Princess Renus, for people to start opening stuff? So I've got a few notable items here.
Then yes.
Okay. Let's chat. Chat, pick me a number between 1 and 5.
1 and 5.
If you
And
pick
we'll-
right, you get to keep whatever's in the barrel.
That is not true.
Oh.
But
Oh, the barrel has a handful of gummy worms.
Yay!
good job.
3.
All right, we've got a 3. We got 1, 2. All right. Some of this is gonna be steered your way a bit with certain characters, where you guys are looking at almost uncountable treasure, and nobody's like, "Ooh, shiny gold," except for in the abstract, right? But there are a few of what can only be called artifacts that are catching your eye, and you all feel deep in your Valyrian-blooded veins that some of these things are meant for some of you. And you feel that way, Ash, as you open a cask and you look through it, and there's a bunch of like scrolls and writs and patents of land on top, and you and your pocket maester, who just follows you around helping you be smart,
Pocket Master!
you and Ferris are digging through them.
He doesn't fit in my pocket. He's bigger than me.
You uncover what you initially think is a large scroll case, but then as you open it and like uncap one end, it's filled with arrows. It doesn't hold many. There's about 10 arrows in this, but as you pull it from the wine barrel, you realize that this is a dragon bone quiver made from one piece of dragon bone. Like,
shit.
it's like a thigh bone that they then did like scrimshaw to put like screw-on caps on either end. So it is like a dragon thigh quiver. So pretty cool stuff. And you're like, yeah, no, this is mine now.
Yeah.
I have a
Perfectly
so
with my
you-
dragon bone bow.
yeah. So you just immediately feel that you were meant to open that one.
I'm picking on it. Mine.
Uh,
They invoke the ancient right of dibs. Thank you.
so there's that. Then let's. I'm not gonna keep asking chat because now the numbers got a little weird. So I will roll that. All right, Luke. You're pretty excited and you're digging through stuff.
Yeah,
and
give me
you-
that shit.
and you cut yourself.
Oh, motherfucker.
And you don't notice it until about 2 more motions with that hand, because what cut you is startlingly sharp, and then you realize as you reach back where you were reaching around a barrel to kind of heft it. It's like a second story barrel, right? And you were trying to reach around a barrel to grab it and like pull it off and set it down. And stacked and between these rows of barrels, you see a spear that somebody should have put a sheath on.
Irresponsible.
Yeah.
If I fight Jothos, I want to talk to him about this.
You then are able to slowly and carefully uncover this spear and pull it out from where it is laying between some barrels. And there is absolutely no mistaking, in this case, the bluish-gray layers of Valyrian steel. So it's got a kind of blue tint to it against these streams of silver in this folded pattern. And the crossguard of the spear up high like a boar spear, so it's got that crossguard up there, is a long and slender sea serpent chasing its tail in an ornate figure eight.
Wow. I pull this out and examine it. Kind of awestruck by the colors.
And then carved along the side in Old Valyrian, in small writ, is, "Let it always be known, this blade is the sea spear."
Interesting.
In that same sort of "let it always be known," with the Old Valyrian hints of, "I will always be proud of the fact that," and "let everyone else always be afraid of the fact that," and right, like there's these kind of connotations. So it's almost
that spear has done things.
A let it ring through history that this is the sea spear, right? Is another kind of translation.
I lost my good spear recently too.
Good.
I will spend time just taking in this, as this is quite impressive.
And then I'm not going to roll for this one. We're just going to do it in this order, since I realized we're accidentally going in youngest to oldest. Bela, you find...
Wait. I have to pause you first. You said youngest to oldest. We don't know who was born first between the two sisters now. I could be the
Oh my
oldest.
gosh.
You find wrapped around a barrel a saddle. And it takes you a moment to kind of recognize it in the torchlight and stuff down here. It is a very dark saddle that is a mix of supple, soft, comfortable leather and hard, I just forgot the word for leather. It's hard. Dried leather? What do they fucking call it when the leather get boiled? There we go. Jesus. I was just completely blanked on that. But it's a mix of soft, supple, fine leathers, and then hard, straight up. This would feel like barding, and a lot of the barding is in there in like scales, almost like a scale mail. And you realize as you pull the saddle off and set it down and look at it, the whole saddle is worked to look like you are riding dragonback. So where the saddle like drapes down the sides of the horse, your legs are actually in like pockets of leather, so that your legs are, it's almost like a chaps that you're like fastening your legs into for extra armor on the sides of the horse. And then there's an extra flap of leather that you're pretty sure is gonna flare like wings on the charge.
Nice.
And then it's all done in like a scale motif that is a very deep and blood red.
Wow.
And you feel like some Valyrian dragon lord had a deep red dragon that he was like, put that on my horse. I want to feel the same when I'm on my horse. And like that was what the finest leather worker of the generation was put to. So it's a very, very well crafted military saddle that is going to be absolutely daunting if somebody is charging at you from it, and is going to make anybody look badass that might favor like a deep blood or wine red in particular. So
Could be
you should find somebody. I guess it's grandpa's now,
Oh, yeah.
but yeah, so it's
It's
pretty
true.
cool. All right, and then Remus, you get dizzy. It's
Dizzy.
a stuffy room. There's the thick,
That's my gift.
cloying scent of wine in the air, in this nigh airtight chamber that you've been impressed with the stoneworking and wizardry of these ancient Valyrians in this deep. And this chamber smells of death, right? Some great 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 uncle is right over there,
Yeah,
uh,
moldering away.
but it smells of the sickly sweet old wine, and it smells of history and of responsibility and power that you will be drunk on as surely as the stifling air of that wine. And it smells of destiny, and it smells of the next step that you know you have to take because you can't put things off any further. You have found the hoard. You have been telling yourself, I'll find the hoard and then. And it's time for the and then. And for a moment, the room spins and you're in an egg. It's not just a chamber that looks like an egg. You're in an egg and you're surrounded by people of Valyrian blood all around you. And it's all maesters and advisors and warlords and family that have come down here with you into this tomb from which the Targaryen dynasty will be reborn. And you have to reach out and steady yourself against this, your birthright. And then, as your vision clears, you see and you know in your heart of hearts that there are 3 crowns hidden in the hoard. And you know that 2 of those 3 are bundled up in priceless silk silk work and tapestries and furs, and are bundled safe and secure in some barrels. You know 2 of these 3 crowns will be found later and restored to history and can be locked back away in the red coffers where they belong. But you know one of these crowns you're leaving here with. In your hand, or on your head, or on your person. One of these 3 crowns is gonna be the one that you see when your vision finishes clearing. And right now you've got this glimmer of firelight on gold that you know is not coin or trade ingot. You know that you see one of those crowns right in front of you, and you're about to reach out and take it. There are a slender gold band, a simple circlet, unornamented and unadorned. You know that this one was worn by Aegon III, the 7th in the Targaryen dynasty, known as the Dragon's Bane, the Unlucky, or the Broken. He was the survivor of the Dance with Dragons, which, remember, happened because Westeros would not accept a queen. You could take his crown and show Westeros it was wrong to deny that, and to force the issue. You know that it was also borne by Viserys II, who reformed the household, founded a new royal mint, codified laws, and increased trade, all in the very, very short time that he bore the crown. And you know that it was born by Aegon the Fifth, the 15th king in the Targaryen dynasty, known as Aegon the Unlikely, who
I
in
love
his
Aegon the Unlikely.
who
It's egg.
across the realm for the lowborn hedge knight that would move on to become Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. And you know that he struggled during his time as king with uprisings, including most famously the Baratheons rose up against him because his children broke betrothals, and that ultimately this crown was recovered from the ruins of Summerhall. So it's a crown filled with good and bad luck, with aspirations, with short reigns, and with tragic ones, but also with hope and good fortune and destiny. There's one option. Next up, there is a band of red gold with sharp black iron points forming the peaks and spikes of a warlike crown. This was the crown of Maekar the First, known as the Anvil and the Warrior and the Kinslayer. His son Aemon was sent north to the Wall to serve as a Maestar, and Maekar himself, the great warrior who slew his own brother on accident due to the machinations of a hedge knight, died in the Peak Uprising. You know that this flag was also born by your great-grandfather, Jaehaerys II, who ruled through the War of the Ninepenny Kings, and who gave birth to your grandfather, the Mad King Aerys. It's a warlike crown. It's a crown worn by a warrior king, and then a crown that was worn when Westeros was at war, putting down the last Blackfire Rebellion. You feel like that red gold band with the black iron points is a crown meant for war. And last, and historians would say least, you see a slim golden crown, yellow gold, set with 7 gemstones of all different colors, honoring the 7 while also displaying the fantastical wealth of the Targaryen dynasty. This crown has never sat atop the head of a king. This is the crown of Queen Alysanne Targaryen, Alysanne the Good, who is queen to Jaehaerys I. This is a crown that has never been on the head of a king. It has only ever sat upon the brow of goodly queens. This would be a crown for diplomacy and a crown for compassion and rulership and all of the womanly virtues of the 7, as opposed to the warrior and the father. 3 crowns. Your hand is about to close around one of them, the one that you are meant to wear. Which
So
will it
much
be?
to say, but you are on your own.
Yep. And you just feel all of this in an instant, as you are drunk on the fumes of wine and destiny.
I don't remember what it looked like because all the other ones are in my brain first. But the first one.
The slender golden band,
The simple, slender golden band of Aegon III.
and Viserys II and Aegon V.
Yes.
All right. That is the one that you find. Your hand closes around it, and you don't feel sharp, bloody spikes, nor do you feel the opulent wealth of set-in gemstones. It just feels like almost like a simple golden ring that's just bigger, sized for a head. And yes, you know that you are reclaiming the crown that was put on the head of the broken, who was only broken because Westeros would not accept a queen.
It's gonna accept this one. So that one, I lift and I put it upon my brow right now.
All right. You do so. And as this cool, dark, unyielding ring of metal settles onto your head and your vision clears, you see that the crown was hanging on the crossguard of a sword.
Oh.
A storied blade.
Oh.
There is no mistaking it.
Oh, I know what it is.
It was able to hang nicely because the crossguard of this blade is gold, or at least gilded, and ripples like fire, so they could hang a crown very easily on one of those rippling crossguard bits. There is a massive red gemstone set in the center of the crossguard, and a dragon's claw makes up the pommel. And as you close your hand around it, you realize this is not just a sword made for you, the same way that crown was made for you. You understand now, and you must show others. This is a sword that was made for a woman's hand. This is Dark Sister, which
Called
was
it.
forged for the Queen Visenya Targaryen, younger sister and wife of Aegon the Conqueror.
Been missing for years, right?
It's been
Yep.
here, waiting for
Wow.
me.
Apparently wasn't that missing. Someone had it.
It was here. It was here. Dark Sister. Damn. I'm gonna strap that on. And draw it from its scabbard and look it over. Make sure it's not that it's good. It's
Yep.
been here for
There's no mistaking. There's no mistaking the smoky ripples of Valyrian steel, especially viewed in the light of fire. You know, these torches instead of the sun. It is absolutely Dark Sister, and your hand just fits around it like it's supposed to.
I was just reading. Oh, that's. Just a moment of quiet awe because it's amazing.
Wait, is that what it looks like?
Yes, it is. It's even more beautiful than in the drawings that I've seen.
It is. It's fantastic. Like holding it, and I'm like, no, Baylor, come put it in your hand. Feel the difference.
Wow, that's incredible.
The sword has been around since the conquest.
Yeah, I mean this is how one of the swords that they used to take it.
And Queen Visenya carried this sword. This is her sword.
And now it's yours.
It's the sword that she carried when she established the Kingsguard.
It is. I think I see the idea you're having right now, and I like it.
Uh-huh.
Do it.
Do it. Okay. Well. All right. I sheath it put it away. And we're not doing. We're she's kind of useless right now. She's a little giddy. Um,
So, sister, perhaps we should think on how we're going to get all this out of here while not being crushed by death traps.
right.
There has to be some sort of override or other passage if they got it in the first place.
There is perhaps some way to disable the mechanisms.
Or a time when they're not active. I don't know what sorcery they use to construct such things, but
Is this
Yes,
the most?
I definitely wouldn't want to count on the tomb knowing instinctively that we completed everything.
Look up. And are we actually at the center of this place?
I'm not sure what you mean at the center.
Like- Are we in the deepest part of
Yes.
this?
Yes.
All right. Well, then let's look around. Surely there's a way to disable it from the innermost chamber.
well, the mechanisms we saw earlier are reset when the tide comes in, right? So they're currently disabled.
So
Are they?
Are they?
you think that's the key? Is once the traps are sprung, they will not be sprung again until the tide comes in and then back out. So
Ah.
the weight of the tides that resets the weights and counterweights and whatever other magitech, right? It needs to happen hand wavy behind the scenes. So
Sure.
it sounds like if somebody carefully springs them, you then have until the tide comes in and leaves again to like get some shit out. And then you wait and you come
And-
back and carefully spring them, and then right? So you kind
That
of know the
redhead.
trick. It's still going to just take time.
Right.
That redhead hasn't stolen my ship. We do have a
Yeah.
ship full of men who can help pull some of this in.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
gonna have to.
it's more that there were plenty of tiles that we did not trigger, and it will take time if we want to carefully trigger them, which might run the risk of the tide coming in, resetting them, and us having to start again, and possibly try.
Well, fortunately, the tides are regular. We can plan this for as much time as possible. We'll just keep that in mind.
We can begin now. And because we're going to need more ships, and
Let's
they should
slow
be
down.
arriving relatively soon.
What do you mean?
When one of the letters I sent back home was requesting that Uncle Doran send the fleet of Dorn here.
Black Bryce Whitebone kind of chuckles. Like, that's good thinking. We might have killed you lot.
I have
Who would have killed some of you back? So, like,
I have an idea to perhaps at least somewhat speed up the triggering of traps.
I was counting on someone having ideas.
Yeah, we don't need to trigger all of them, just the ones that are immediately on either side of the correct path. So perhaps Varys and I could go and start doing that so that the path through will be clear and everyone will know to not go outside of
That path.
that path. That's my
Excellent.
thinking.
that's good.
I will need several sticks.
That is, yeah. You guys are able to do so.
Oh,
we're not going to bog things back down with the traps
Yeah.
over.
you will understand, brother, if I do not lend you this spear.
No, that is quite understandable.
That one looks very fancy, brother.
Which is why I said sticks rather than spears. I was just like, I need something that's solid enough for prodding, but is long enough to, like, not matter if it gets smashed, kind of thing. Yeah, and Adam's quite happy to go back and start doing that, like going like tap 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 until until there's a clear path through each like trap.
Yeah, you are able to do so. Ferris is not as much help as he could be because he's clearly still thinking about some of the scrolls that you guys found and stuff like that. So he is helpful, but the whole time he's like talking about
Yeah.
stuff that you found.
He'll definitely he will let him do that. That's but yeah, it will be just like first just a moment, light of my life.
He's
You do
totally geeking out.
You do also need to be tapping the tiles. By all means, keep talking, but we should get.
Yes, of course. It's just only I think there's no legal challenge. We uncovered the writ of Duskendale. The city is only seen to by House Riker because the Targaryens allow it. So the Targaryens have kept the writ of ownership of Duskendale in the coffers, but it would seem that for the last 22 years, the House Riker has only kept Duskendale by tradition and momentum. It should have belonged to that Black Bryce fellow. I suppose technically he owned this writ. And like he's just nerding out about
I mean, first, it is just down the road from us.
Also saw one with a golden lion of Lannister and a bristling boar of Craighall. I wonder if perhaps that has to do with theirs. And then of course the flayed man and the Karstarks. Must be issues in the north, and so it sounds like you guys have found several writs and other sort of little land grant type of documents.
Those are going to be useful. Yeah.
We will be able to pour over them in great detail once we have them out of here. But yes, it is very exciting and very interesting. I am looking forward to looking at them.
And of course, just like unlimited wealth. Like you just kind of found that.
Small things.
Yeah, but we're
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, there's probably at least one whole wealth point in this place.
Oh, maybe even two.
Wow.
So that is where you guys are at. You are able to organize your crew and some outnumbered and escorted Whitebone crew. You're never like, yeah, we sent in 6 Whitebones and no one else, right? But like you are able to stagger some work crews in ways that get started unloading the treasure, and you get multiple small craft swiftly lined up and arrayed near that low tide entrance that people can quickly load up to, and you've got some people hustling with wheelbarrows of wealth down that like stone ramp walkway in the back, while others are loading things on ships. You have people taking care of the treasure. And
we're gonna party our asses off tonight.
And not long before nightfall, the first wave of Dornish ships arrive because it's close. And you set word ahead of time. So let's cut to the inside of the.
Rusty, sorry about that. My phone got an alert, which immediately took over my headset. I missed the last few things you said.
Just the treasure is underway.
It sounded pretty straightforward. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything.
And we are now doing. Let's cut to feasting in the Whitebone Longhouse, where the pirate lords are all drunk and rowdy and hanging out with their people, except for like one of them that's on shift, along with a couple Dornish knights overseeing the blah blah blah. But you guys have the high table to yourself. Lord Bryce himself is still seated up there, because he is actually staying half sober, or perhaps he's just still feeling drunk on the treasury today. But yeah, you lot are in a position to now plot your next move, and history is whispering in your ear that it is time to do so. Because you've got the hoard.
So,
So it's time to figure out how exactly to wield it.
my queen, how will we be announcing ourselves to the world? I think it's safe to say Dorn stands with you. I think it's safe to say your husband's family stands with you.
It's safe to say that the Riverlands stand with me as Sir Van and Justman. Oh, I hadn't looked. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
Here.
All right. So, grandfather has promised an unspecified sum of monies to Frey, to Lord Frey, to basically bring the Riverlands to us. However, and also as part of this,
Frey does not
Fannin,
own the Riverlands, so
well, the Tullys are not in my favor. And I mean, not to say that Walder Frey is, but he is actually going to. He better hold up his end of this deal.
of the two old men, one of them was much less pleasant between the Blackfish and Frey.
Lord,
Well,
Lord,
Blackfish.
there is after all a reason why Lord Walder is known as the late Lord Walder. I do not think you can count on him sending forces in a timely fashion.
No, but I can count on Vannon, and Vannon is who's going to be the Lord of the Riverlands.
Well, I don't disagree with that idea. But Vannon's had a lot of time up there without us. Are we sure he's still the Vannon we knew?
I mean, I like to think that Adam will have kept up some kind of correspondence with him.
Vannon.
Have you?
I mean, I would certainly intend to. I mean,
Vannon has earned his new moniker of Vannon of the Justman, and as such, I trust him to support us, to support me.
but you say you want to make him Lord of the Riverlands. That you may have to deal with Lord Hoster first.
Lord Hoster is on his deathbed every 3 moons. I mean, he's dying.
Yes, but he does have family who will come up after him, who will
Edmer.
remember.
And the
Lord
Starks
I'm just
of
saying
the
that,
North.
I'm just saying that let us not make the decision merely on who sits a seat at the moment, but who will sit after it and what we want them to think of us.
We also probably shouldn't tear ourselves apart over the minutiae of the Riverlands at the moment. I don't know if the Riverlands will be the deciding
The
battlefield by any
Riverlands
means.
are always the deciding factor in the wars of Westeros. That is where the battles are fought. They're always fought in the Riverlands. The Riverlands bears the brunt of every war.
You're not wrong. Battles are fought there.
If there is concern about winning over Riverlanders or indeed Northerners,
Well, it sounds like with our current plan, we can do one or the other.
I would like to complete my sentence.
Yes, please go ahead.
I am certainly prepared to meet with anyone you have concerns with and entreaty them to support you. I flatter myself some connections in both places.
We have. I'm trying to think of the right word. I hate to say it, but we do have bargaining tools available to us.
No,
Do
we
you,
have,
intend to court the favour of Lady Lysa?
No.
Very well.
Knights of the area are powerful, but they stay up on their little mountain.
Who knows what she's going to do? She's been closed up there.
Yeah. So
I mean, not just her, but of course, the entire Vale that she ostensibly commands, who are also full of traitors. But understandable to want to avoid that. It's just there is the slight possibility she may take it as a snub, which I'm sure you're able to handle. Just it is very possible that who we leave out will become our enemies.
So, what is the current situation in Westeros? We've been on for a while. We're gonna need to know that before we do any
Or wanting a
direct.
lot of
That's just an in-character comment, dude. I'm not expecting
We've
Well,
been-
outside info to drop on us. Just
House Lannister will never support Rhaena.
I'm sorry.
The House Lannister, Tywin Lannister has a vested interest in keeping Joffrey on the throne.
Absolutely. He is
So
going to.
I very much expect House Lannister, at the very least, will oppose us, but we do have friends in the Westerlands who may choose to defy their lord.
Let's do an out-of-character recap, because we have had a couple of inconsistent episodes. That means it's been like 8 weeks or something for some stuff. So, let's go one realm at a time. Bela, pick one of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, and I will give a recap of that situation.
Okay, the easy one probably is Dorne.
Okay, Bela just doesn't like homework, and she's
No.
like, "I'm not playing this game. I
He does not.
refuse to give a presentation to the class. Go fuck yourself, teach." Yes, Dorne is firmly on your side. However, they do need some unnumbered fraction of the hoard to pay for the war. But yes, Dorne is on your side and under your control. The rebels of Dorne were plucked like weeds from a garden prior in the campaign. So Dorne has your back. Dorne has several princes and princesses that are potential bargaining chips. Dorne understands that having the favor of the Iron Throne, along with the favor of family, etc., Dorne's got your back, but they need some money to pay for an army if there's going to be a war.
Which is part of the hoard that is specifically going to fund the war. It is factored in.
We are not doing math for the total wealth of the hoard. We'll get there in a minute. Let's do the next kingdom, or next realm of Westeros, and I'm gonna make Erica go again.
I was gonna. That's what the plan was. To say like
Good.
Dorne is like easy, so I will choose that and segue to the lands of my husband, the Stormlands.
All right. The Stormlands are very probably allied with you. You have the backing of the current Lord of the Stormlands, who may not stay there. You have the backing of several of the most prominent Stormland lords, including several Marcher lords, which are like the bulk of their military power. Marcher lords are the ones along the southern coast that have grown wealthy and powerful by fighting Dorne for generations. But like, there's a reason. That
Ironically,
yes, this prominence and their extra wealth and lands and all that. There is the question of what exactly we're doing with the Stormlands. What are we doing with Renly? What are we doing with Oris? The biggest question there is, what are we doing about Stannis, who is not quite Stormlands, he's Crownlands, but I will skip straight to Crownlands from Stormlands. You have the Stormlands, it's largely up to PCs what's going to happen with it, right? But depending on what happens to it, other NPCs will react certain ways, okay? So the segue there is to the Crown Lands, which are the lands overseen by Dragonstone, which is where Lord Stannis Baratheon is seated. Stannis needs to be part of the Baratheon/Stormlands question, but also it's a matter of the Crown Lands themselves are not nothing, right? They border the Riverlands. They, they border with the King's Landing area further south. They've got military. They've got a powerful fleet. So you need to figure out Stannis. Stannis is several Russian dolls of fun. On the surface, it's how do we get Stannis on board to complete the Baratheon collection and make sure that the Stormlands are completely on our side? B, how do we get Stannis out of Dragonstone? Because we're supposed to have Dragonstone. Dragonstone is supposed to belong to the Targaryens. It is the traditional seat of the Crown Prince of Westeros. So where can we put Stannis that he will not be insulted? And we know from gossip around King's Landing, he doesn't even like Dragonstone. He just isn't going to give it up to become Stannis the Homeless and raise his daughter nowhere, or go back to just House Florent in the Reach, where his wife is from. So that it's what can we give Stannis? If you figure out Stannis, you've got a big old chunk of territory that is completely in your pocket, which is the segue to the Reach. It's completely in your pocket. But if you get Stannis, which is the last puzzle piece to make sure the Stormlands are on board, you've got the south of Westeros in an unbroken band, while your opponents, the ones you know are your enemies, Joffrey on the East Coast, Tywin on the West Coast, Littlefinger in the Vale, they're scattered. And you hold territory that they need to march through, and you are one solid fist and they are not. So Stannis is in a lot of ways the key to getting this giant unbroken southern continent. So you need to figure out what you're going to give Stannis.
We're going to have to give Stannis something that does not insult him, that gives him a power base and enough wealth and renown that he feels that he has not been slighted.
Exile in Summer Islands. Got it.
No.
Land
I
is
would think
port.
that, I would certainly
What?
think that.
Land, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ash. I interrupted you.
I think the combination of the right piece of land and the right place on the small council would probably go very well for it.
I agree.
He is someone I think you would do very well to keep as a supporter. And I think if you can give him things that he wants, he'll support you. I don't think he's not happy on Dragonstone, but face needs to be saved.
Right. So
And he clearly respects your forthrightness. So I think a negotiation with him could be quite fruitful. Let me have some time to look over the various deed scrolls that we found and see if there's something in there that jumps out as advantageous to him.
well, Bela had a thought.
Well,
Why do you have this thought?
so it was half a joke. I apologize. But when one side loses a war, we can expect to take some things from them. And the city of Lannisport is wealthy. It's a symbol of power for House Lannister. It's a nice place. I mean, we were there, and
We were.
So
And-
just keep in mind, Lannisport is the city holding. Casterly Rock is the actual castle. And I think we're on better terms of the actual Lannisters of Lannisport than we are Casterly Rock.
Absolutely.
You're not.
Oh,
As a
okay.
reminder, the Lannisters of Lannisport were West Joffrey the Cunt. that Lord Joffrey of Lannisport was the one that cheated Ash in the archery tournament, etc., etc.
Okay. So
Lannisport, the city,
we were
is
asking-
held. Go ahead.
Sorry. Oh no, sorry. I was just adding to that thought you said. Stop.
Kevin Lannister, who you have been struck as a decent fellow, is not the Lord of Lannisport. He is not the Lord of much of anywhere. He is technically just a knight under Tywin. It's just everybody knows he's Tywin's right-hand man. The actual Lord of Lannisport was the Elder Joffrey that you guys hated and that hated
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
okay, I mean we can either one, and just as long as we know the difference.
Yeah, and giving someone else Lannisport is also not the mortal insult we will die to the last of giving someone Casterly Rock.
Right.
You're giving them the practical power rather than the symbolic power. And with Stannis in particular, I'd say Bela and Luke would remember Stannis also has a fearsome reputation among the Ironborn. During the Greyjoy Rebellion 12 or 15 years ago, it was Stannis leading the royal fleet that smashed the Ironborn fleet and let the army invade the Ironborn Islands. So parking Stannis there
Who has trouble with the
Kind of.
Ironborn?
kind of sends a message to the Ironborn and shows Stannis that you trust him, even if he does not remain master of ships. You know, it's a statement putting him there.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, so that's one option. So we'll let you decide. Maybe talk to him and maybe
The
he'll
plan
have
is
a
to go
preference.
to him first, honestly. Stannis must be spoken to directly, face to face. It's what he would respect the most.
What's our plan if he says no? He's staying put due to some god awful Stannis idea of stubbornness he may have. We do not an answer now, but we need to consider that.
I will tell you another option. I mean, I thought about making him my hand, but he still needs lands because I plan. I mean, I plan on. I'm going to legitimize Oris.
Huh?
Huh?
He haunts from where he's half drunk at the end of the table.
Which would make you Lord of Storm's End.
So you're sure on that one.
And what of Renly then? I thought he was.
Renly is going to be the first that I induct into my new Queen's Guard.
Oh,
He need never
That's-
marry. No expectations of him marrying and producing heirs. He will be my Lord Commander of the King's Guard.
That's surprisingly clever.
And Loras, probably the same thing, but he won't be a Knight Commander. Renly is Knight Commander.
They could just be like
maybe
roommates.
Loras will probably go in a huff and not being made Lord Commander. He'll
He
sulk.
can huff. It's not like Renly does anything without talking to Loras anyway. I mean, and that gives Renly, as Lady Elena said, what does Renly want? Not Storm's End. He wants to be loved.
Loras is in. Loras is
Oh
in.
my god.
Yes. And also, he wants to be a court and thought well of, and to be valorous, and
It's perfect then.
he's charming. He's not unintelligent. It helps to solidify the Baratheons back with the Targaryens as allies as opposed to enemies.
Very strongly suggest then, if you intend to make Oris Lord of Storm's End, that he have very strong advisors.
Right,
Not
and
only-
that was a backup plan for Stannis.
Yeah, not only to coach him in leadership, but also to teach him how to believe he can actually do something.
Absolutely. There's already a steward there who does that for Renly. Let's be honest. Does Lord Renly run Storm's End, or does what's his name? Pure. What's his name, Rusty?
Courtney Penrose?
Penrose.
I'm just a little concerned that we'll end up with Oris being miserable at Storm's End. I'm not convinced he would want to be a lord, but I suppose.
I mean,
he might.
if Renly don't hang out at Storm's End all the time, I don't have to, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
True.
it could.
You could
See,
become
that's-
the most renowned tourney knight in Westeros.
I think minstrels could work with that. You could just call me the Charging Stag or something, and I could just, travel and just know that I could go back there if I wanted and be neighborly and such. But
You'd always have a home.
There are plenty of young maesters and plenty of young Castilians who would love to run your castle for you.
I mean, I guess it'd be all right. But look, if Stannis wants Storm's End, just give it him.
I will,
I
but
could just stay a bastard. It's all right. I'm used to it.
I can't leave you a bastard, Oris. I have to legitimize you to prove that the Lannister children are not legitimate heirs to the throne.
I don't disagree, but that's a tightrope you're walking. You're
We
saying
have to
this
be
is Robert's
legitimate.
legitimate heir, but also I will be queen.
But there is precedent for a legitimate heir, renouncing their role.
Yeah, not that it sounds like Oris wants to be king. Barely wants Storm's End.
Fuck that.
Fuck
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, right?
I mean, you don't
No.
necessarily. You don't need
Uh-huh.
to use the name if you don't want to, but Rhaena does need to give it to you.
So, legitimizing him and calling him Robert's true-born son, who sits there and says, "Fuck the crown, I don't want that," is actually could be quite powerful if the right word gets out.
It sets the right tone with the Baratheons and the Stormlands and solidifies that alliance.
It also does a lot to make sure that to the people, this isn't a
Coup.
anti-Baratheon thing.
Exactly.
I ain't gonna have to second marry you or nothing, am I, Rhaena?
Oh.
Or Rhaenys? Or none of them Aegon and him sisters and such.
No. No, you're fine.
She's thinking about it a little bit.
I did think about it.
Meaning no offense and stuff. I mean, it's just
No. It's fine.
I didn't mean to call you sloppy seconds or nothing. It's just it's not over that. It just and not because it's you. Just I'm
Alright.
just saying.
I
If
know.
If that's gonna happen, I'm swimming off east and
It's
going
fi-
back to Westeros with them company
are?
of the cat and stuff.
Look,
It's like-
Oris, no worries. I'm not into the whole brother, wife, husband thing. No. I am a little too Westerosi for that.
Nah, I feel insulted. I don't know why.
I mean, Oris, you would make an excellent Kingsguard yourself if you wanted. You could be like the new Sir Barristan.
Ain't no one's gonna be a Sir Barristan but Sir Barristan.
That's true.
But
But
True,
you could,
but now I know I'd be third pick at best, and it don't quite sit right.
Well, it's not a third. It's not a who. There needs to be 7.
there has to be 7.
Right.
You know,
But I just
are
think I showed I could take Renly, and I could do all kinds of taking Dolores.
Do you want to sit on the small council?
Not much. No.
Well, then, why would you want to be Lord High Commander of the King's Watch or Kingsguard? Because
Well,
that's a seat on the
just-
small council.
I am
Just do what you're doing, Oris. Take storms in, and then travel around the kingdom once we bring peace, and whack people on their asses for applause.
You're gonna let me have some say in who I marry, though.
Yes.
Because I'll be lord and stuff, and lords are supposed to get to decide some stuff themselves.
Absolutely correct.
It's all right.
So start thinking on that.
Probably not. Just-
Right.
I don't know enough fancy ladies and stuff, but just let me get a look at them first.
Oh, this is uncomfortable.
I have had a rather deft hand with the marriage making, I think, so far. I see your guitar.
So,
But-
all right, we'll get Stannis on board, and I calls him Uncle Stannis, and you got Uncle Renly all in a pretty white cloak and stuff. But then what? And are we marching straight to the Riverlands and taking River Run,
No.
or are we going Casterly
No.
Rock, or what?
we have to
Reaching
secure the
King's
north
Landing?
in some way.
Even
Either we have to
securable?
keep Park.
Is the north even securable?
I mean, I don't know. I that's the part where I am at a loss. I know the least about the Starks and the Karstarks and the flayed people.
North has historically kind of kept to themselves, but not always. I mean, obviously, Eddard has marched south before.
Right? And he did so at the behest of his best friend, Oris's father.
Yes, but he's married to a Tully.
He is married to a Tully who is also sister to
Yeah.
the Vale.
I don't know how you're gonna thread that needle,
That one is tough, man.
but
That's
maybe
where I need everybody's input because
maybe we don't need to thread that needle. Maybe
The North might not want to take anything to do with it.
here's my problem with the Vale. All right, Littlefinger is there. He is protected in the area right now.
Sorry, out of character, the last person I remember speaking to said he was on Joffrey's council, so would be in King's Landing.
he's in King's Landing. You can get to him.
He
I'm
is
just trying to clear it up.
he is still Master of Coin for Joffrey, but even Varys is not sure if he is in the Vale or in King's Landing.
Okay.
He has been traveling back and forth. He is essentially running the Vale, is what you guys have heard. But yeah, even Varys isn't sure where he will be found.
I want him dead too, but besieging the Vale is basically impossible.
Absolutely impossible. We need to.
This is a dragon egg in this horde.
Well, there are multiple tools that can be employed in extracting someone. This is one that would require a scalpel rather than a hammer.
I agree.
In my opinion, it requires Lady Catelyn Stark.
Then what do we talk with
That-
the Starks about?
So, given how spread out these people we wish to speak to are, in what order are we going to speak to them, and from where?
Stannis first.
Unless you want to betray Van and save the Tullys, I'm not sure how we're making this work.
The Tullys aren't going to be destroyed. They're just not going to be. I mean, they can keep River Run, their ancestral home.
Well,
And all that goes-
I know historically they haven't been lords of the river of the Riverlands that long, but I don't know. I don't be pessimist about it.
Here's
I'm
my-
sure it's probably a solution, but I'm not seeing it. Not yet,
Here-
anyways.
We have two other chips on the table that we have not spoken about, and that is Tommen and the girl whose name I just went blank on.
Marcella.
Marcella. I tried to say Marjorie. We've got
What are
little
you going to do
Marcella,
with them?
Tommen. What do we do with them? I have to delegitimize them. What happens to them then? I'm not sending them to the set. I'm not sending her to be a septa. I'm not doing that to her. So,
As far as I am aware, they are innocent of any crimes.
Oris starts laughing at the end of the table. Joffrey Waters! The little gold-haired cunt will be Joffrey Waters. Because his mom and dad weren't waiting. And said, Bill Waters, I'll take him as a squire. No, I don't want him as a squire.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I'm not going to do that to you.
And Tommen and Marcella being bastards is sad and such, but I'm just saying, somebody write down that his name's Joffrey Waters now.
Maybe Hills, right? Not Waters.
Yeah. No, it's clearly born and bred in King's Landing.
Okay.
In fact, him and I are almost like brothers that way.
Oh my god.
No, except your dad actually is Robert Baratheon.
It's Waters.
That tickled him hard.
Joffrey Waters.
Nonetheless, these are children that I actually care about, and I don't want to ruin their lives entirely with this.
They could be made wards.
Exactly.
Send them to the water gardens. Let Prince Doran decide what to do with them.
My thoughts are to send Marcella to the water gardens with Uncle Doran, and to send young Tommen north to the Starks.
If we capture them early enough, that could also work in our favor to guarantee nobody in Lannister hands is hurt. So they are sitting in King's Landing, so I don't know how quickly that's going to be done.
Right, and where is Tywin? You think he's probably in King's Landing by now?
That asshole, I don't see him being anywhere else, but we are going to need to lay the land when we get back home.
Where's
Probably,
Tyrion?
given Joffrey's age, that Tywin is very likely to have taken it upon himself to
Be hand to the king again?
essentially be a regent.
Well then, where's Tyrion? What's he doing?
That's actually a good question.
Huh? He's mourning his brother, I'm sure. Say what
Yes,
you
they
will
were
about them.
close.
Was Tyrion close with his brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys did hang out Tyrion enough to pick up on that. Yes.
He actually
About-
cares about Jamie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tyrion actually liked each other.
So is the rest of his family he couldn't stand.
More or less, yes.
But he
Yeah,
still
the-
loved
Well,
him.
what he muttered about.
See, Tywin has to go. That old man is a menace.
That old man would see all of us hung if he ever got even word of this and the chance to do it. So yes, he has to go. We aren't safe. Our children aren't safe as long as Tywin's alive.
Exactly. And he will always be plotting against us. And that leaves Tyrion as Lord of Casterly Rock.
If you'll excuse me, sister, I need more wine.
Mm.
I'm just wait for 1 second. I'll be listening.
What about Jamie then?
Jamie's dead.
Oh, right. Okay, that's one problem.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Jamie's
that's
dead.
two problems then. I mean, in the eyes of
Right.
Tyrion, then he doesn't care for his family. Then, like, there's no one left in his family that he cares for.
He's still loyal to them. It'll be a tricky.
Yeah. Out of character, personality-wise, we know he and his father do not get along. He is fond of Uncle Kevin, his cousins and aunts and stuff. He's fine with. It's Tywin and Cersei. in books and show always like loomed largest, so it was easy to. So it doesn't like seem like he hates the rest of them, but yeah, not strongly like personally loyal to Tywin. It's more just the idea of
The house.
the
Okay.
house as a whole.
All right. Sorry, I guess I was
And-
Yeah,
over.
but it's yeah. I just wanted to
emphasizing that
remind you. I just wanted to remind you that there are lots of Lannisters that never made it onto the show and stuff. Including like Davin, your guy's Lannister, and right. So it was very oversimplified by the end of the show because they were running low on Lannisters, and we only really saw that side of it. But yeah, so continue.
And I think that offering, I mean, if we can neutralize Tywin and Joffrey, the little shit Joffrey, then ostensibly the house immediately reverts to Tyrion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
It would be
my first offer to them in the opening passes of this entire engagement is, if you surrender now, we will only take Lannisport, and you will remain in Casterly Rock with all your wealth and all your gold mines.
Is that with or without Stannis being moved to Lannisport?
With or without, either way.
With or without? Okay.
If,
We would
if
give it to
Stannis doesn't take Lannisport, I've got people who could take it. I could give it to John Connington.
Okay, that's fair.
Because somebody's already in charge of his house right now. And I don't know how he's going to feel about riding in and taking over his house again.
Yeah, he and Ronnet are gonna have to have some talks and stuff.
Yeah, he and Red Ronnet are going to be butting heads for a while.
But that's
like-
a them problem, not a you problem.
Just imagine that problem if I had married Red Ronnet instead.
Right?
I thought
That would have
this-
been awkward.
I thought Ronna Connington was one of Rhaena's matches. I've maybe gotten mixed up.
I have a whole thing pulled up on that.
I thought Baelas were Balin, Greysteel, and Uncle Orien. And that
Oh, wait,
Rhaena's
they were. I think
Oh,
Ronnet was mine.
you're right. I'm sorry.
Ronnet was mine.
It's been long enough.
I had to work it out in my head as well there because I wasn't sure.
It's harder when the men you don't fuck.
Either way, it would have been a bit awkward.
Either way, yes. But again, with Tyrion, one way is to be like, we're not going to completely screw over your niece and nephew.
There is a concern about the North, though. I just thought of, and this maybe we have a play here, maybe we don't, maybe we keep neutral. Assuming we start and we immediately take the combined Dornish fleets, the pirate fleets, and the fleets of Dragonstone, and we can win a good victory on this side, we need to immediately move them to Lannisport. That's the next big port that can be on their side. But that leaves White Harbor as the other big port as part of this, loose association of our enemies.
Right.
But I was just going to say, you have the connections in White Harbor.
That's a segue to Adam.
Yeah, that was pretty much what my thought was there. And while I wouldn't say we have the closest relationship, I would say we have a good one, and I think I can at least get them to agree to behave cooperatively, if not fervently.
If I'm not mistaken, they owe quite a lot to the Starks, though. That loyalty, I don't foresee us breaking that by any means, but
it might be able to enough to keep them neutral.
We may not be required to. House Stark has sat out these kind of things before.
And I think that's maybe our big play here is if we can keep the Starks neutral, like, despite the fact that sounds like we're going to be stepping on some of their relatives' toes pretty hard. That's a problem for you to figure out.
Is
my
there
queen.
nothing we have
Oh.
to offer the the Starks through
Honestly, I
convincing them
think
to stay neutral?
Yes.
I
We
think
actually.
there are things we can definitely offer them, and I think at the very least, even if they decide they don't want to be involved, similarly to Stannis, they value forthrightness, and I think if our queen was forthright about him with her intentions and gave them the opportunity to make the choice, I think that would go some way.
And I do think you're correct. Once it is well known, the true heritage of the bastard who sits on the throne now. No offense, Horus. Starks are going to be hard pressed to take their side.
Correct.
Especially when Lord Stark's two friends, who he would hold the most loyalty to, are now gone.
It does sound like if we can just not piss the North off enough, they might stay out of this. We're going to need to get some. We're going to need to start talking to traders and people who have been going up north and reach out to a few contacts we have up there to get the lay of the land. Not just the north, but everywhere. We'll get back. Beyond that, the only other thing I know that the Starks want is they're always advocating for provisions and people to go to the wall.
Which we as Imerians have always supported the crows, and
We've supported in men and words and supplies, especially recently, but none of us have ever joined.
I don't think that's a requirement to have a good relationship with the Brothers of the Night's Watch.
I don't think it is, but I think if we had been in that scenario, not that I am volunteering, that would go a long way to proving a friendship in that way.
You mean you're suggesting a visit? Is that what you're?
A visit the wall is not a terrible idea, but I don't. That's a long trip for.
I was just trying to get a feel for what you were suggesting.
Oh, no,
It sounded like he was suggesting time travel back a few generations.
We time travel back to the generation. We find some like uncle who's in trouble, and we send him to the wall. I just throwing out that while our relationship isn't bad, it's also probably not as good as somebody who's like, well, we sent 4 generations to the wall, side of us.
We send enough to the wall, gold-wise. The fact is, the Night's Watch is sworn to not take part in the Wars of Men.
Correct.
Actually, that gives me the basic idea. What we need to do, what you need to do, is promise better and more thorough support from the wall once you are queen.
Mm-hmm. More active support.
We're
not just sending the dregs of our society up there.
We know people. Well, we know at least one person who probably doesn't hate us completely with the wall. We can reach out to, but from what I hear, it's not great up there. Like, you're right, murderers and rapists.
Right.
Your role could improve that. Could change that.
I think it might be best to, at least for now, focus on what we do have rather than what we currently do not.
I do agree, and I do think it's not super useful trying to solve these problems until we have more information. But there are things I think that.
I think it's good to be on the same page.
Yeah, it's like they're very good points, and they're definitely things we're going to need to consider. We just might be getting a little ahead of ourselves. I think, as you said, Reyes, speaking to Stannis is going to affect a lot of this, so we should probably.
I want to start with him.
So that would mean going to Dragonstone first.
Aye.
I presume he's there. I don't think he has any eagerness to be King's Landing.
When we were at Storm's End? No. Yeah.
You spoke to Varys at Storm's End, which got you an update, but also even before that, in the pile of letters that were delayed by Internet Explorer, you did see that Stannis left King's Landing prior to the night, because he did not agree with John Aaron approaching Robert without enough proof and evidence and follow through and ideas. And John Aaron did that anyway, and then like everybody died. So yeah, Stannis fled before that and has been buttoned up at Dragonstone since.
So, sister, what I suggest we do is we make it back home. We bring get the treasure back home. We get the Stannis deal resolved, and then you announce yourself.
Also, on the top of our we need to get the gold to the Riverlands because Frey is on the knife's edge, raging about how we haven't kept our end of the bargain that he made with Grandfather.
I do not. I mean, I'm not comfortable with that bargain, but I'm not going to make an enemy out of him if we can avoid it.
Is there a way that we can fulfill the letter of the agreement without having to honor the spirit of it?
For that point, how much is he expecting? Is there something that can be temporarily transferred from, I look to my brother, Harrenhal, to please him while we do the rest of our maneuvering?
Be clear, the money that Frey is asking for
It's not a bribe.
is the money to be used to win the civil war that makes Vannon Lord of the Riverlands.
Oh, okay.
It's not just for Walder Frey. That's the money that buys you the Riverlands, and
Okay.
Vannon as Lord of it, who is then loyal to you. Frey is the leverage for making that happen, because he was among the most prominent houses that were Tullys. So your grandfather is not beholden to Walder Frey and just following through because it's a promise. Your grandfather bought Walder Frey because Walder Frey just wants Tully to lose. He wants Hoster Tully to lose. He wants someone else to run the Riverlands, and that someone else is now married to a Frey. So that is the Riverlands taken care of. That was how grandfather and Queen Olenna and et cetera,
and Walder.
That's how they were taking the Riverlands.
So it sounds like, while that is important, it is not a prerequisite to getting the stuff with Stannis resolved.
Absolutely not. Has nothing to do with Stannis.
In fact, as long as they play neutral, the Riverlands can float by for a few weeks until they declare themselves. Sounds like.
I don't really know how that's gonna flow, but again, I mean, who knows what's gonna happen? We're working on like George R.R. Martin time. How long does it take for information to flow?
Yeah, I just mean, like, if we start a war, Holster Tully isn't likely to immediately besiege the twins just out of... Well, I don't know. They did basically do that earlier. Maybe they are likely to besiege the twins out of suspicion, just randomly.
Sorry.
That's basically it. I realized with what I was saying that they have already basically done that. So maybe that is the case.
And of course, I am willing to declare for you and try to rally others in the Riverlands to the cause, if that would help you.
Oh,
Perhaps Lord Edmure would listen to me, where he wouldn't listen to Walder Frey.
You would appear to be a neutral party, at least for Riverland stuff, not the Civil War that's coming, but the Riverlands part.
I just want you to know that I will. In matters of the Riverlands, I do also want to help.
Mm-hmm. And I will need that. I mean, I will. We all will. Who do we know? I mean, Vannon is the only one we really know. And I mean, I don't have anything against Edmure. He's...
That said...
We're not particularly close to him, and Sir Brendan is a a good friend, but not involved with Riverlands politics particularly.
Yeah, he doesn't really come home very often.
That said, if there were any two men we would stake the Riverlands on, my two brothers are the ones I would do so with.
So I'm thinking a little bit about the timing of the Civil War in the Riverlands and the Civil War in the Seven Kingdoms proper. With the unhappiness that Walder Frey has right now, if we kick off the greater Civil War before he gets his funding, I'm afraid of how that might negatively impact the ability of Walder Frey and Sir Vannon to conduct their war for their rule in the Riverlands, and we may not be able to tie down the forces of House Tully in the war, and that might convince Walder not to go along with us at all.
Sister, you're fucking brilliant. Because also, if we get them to kick the Riverland Civil War off first, that's just going to paint the image that the Seven Kingdoms are already in chaos under this illegitimate ruler. And then, when the people are desperate for someone to straighten this shit up,
here we come.
Here you come.
Here I
with
come.
That name, and that sword, and that crown. And then we rally our allies that we rely on. Well, everything's happened. I think that changes things. I think you're right. I think not only is it potentially trouble if we wait until the war begins before we get Frey to march, which, as you have also, someone has also mentioned, is difficult to do sometimes. I think it's both politically and strategically helpful if we get them to go first.
I agree.
Hell, if nothing else, it might draw whatever forces that that they have at King's Landing north, while we organize and hit whatever we need to hit.
Oh, I need the map.
I mean, they could waste a season, well, not a season, but a year besieging Harrenhal for no effect while we maneuver our forces.
Harrenhal, you sure?
That was just an example I'm throwing out. It is a big castle with big, thick walls, but you see what I'm saying. I just think there's a lot of bonuses to having Frey declare his stuff early, and then we can join it, as opposed to what I was saying earlier when I think it didn't matter. I think no, I think it could be helpful.
Yes.
I think it does matter. Yeah,
plus
the
with
timing
the
of it.
reputation of House Frey as, and specifically Walder Frey as being late to things, I wouldn't want to kick something off and then bank upon him joining in.
As
Yeah,
Rusty
it's
just
probably
pointed
best
out.
probably best to not count on Walder Frey for anything. He's probably best left out of the equation at this point.
I will interject on audio instead of just in Twitch chat then. Walder Frey's reputation for being late is not a reputation for cowardice. It's a reputation for not wanting to do what Hoster Tully told him to do because it did not benefit him. Walder Frey, there's nothing you guys know about Walder Frey that makes you think he's going to be late to a war that profits him and hurts this guy that he has hated for decades. Walder Frey's reputation for lateness is Hoster Tully calling up the armies of the Riverlands for Robert's Rebellion. It's not that Hoster Tully... there's nothing about Walder Frey that makes you think he won't show initiative for this scheme that he is already in the middle of.
Sure, I've just been saying that we can't guarantee he will do what we want him to do.
Or that he won't do what we want him to do.
Yeah,
With a twist.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, I agree. So,
just that, like,
Let's
I think it benefits him. Like say, he'll do it if he'll do something if it benefits him. But if we can't guarantee it benefits him, he might not do it.
so let's let him kick shit off, and then when all the chaos begins, we declare our true intentions.
Anyway, good luck besieging Harrenhal. I doubt they could even surround it.
No, that was exactly my point.
Right. It's a waste of time and effort and resources.
And if this order gets whatever forces are on King's Landing to waste those resources, all the better for us.
Yeah.
Although I doubt that would be their target. They'd probably march up to the twins, but...
So is the plan to take the Horde to Wyvern's Rest, or are we going directly to Dragonstone?
What do you think of the Wyvern's Rest? It is not only our most defensible location, given the other castles we control, but it is in the heart of Dorne. It is surrounded by our allies, and
the Dragon's Horde does not need to stay all together. You've got Sunspear, you've got Wyvern's Rest, you've got their Harrenhal.
yeah.
There's no need, and it is probably more difficult to try and keep it all in one place. Where are you going to put it in just Wyvern's Rest?
Sure, I'm just trying to move things along, that's all.
Yeah, so with that information, I think it's likely we could probably send boats in a couple different directions initially. Mm-hmm. We can probably send one directly to Walder Frey, right? We can send a ship or two carrying some of that.
How navigatable is the Green Fork up to the Twins? An ocean-going vessel making up that river, or?
Well, there's the nearest port, I think, is Pink Maiden. I think.
The Riverlands. There's a reason that Harrenhal was founded by the Ironborn, and that's because Ironborn ships can take you all fucking through the Riverlands.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't say no to going back home for a bit. I would be happy to take that ship.
No, I do want to go home, because if we're gonna go up to Dragonstone, this is not part of the war, but it is stopped by Driftmark.
You don't need to go home first to do that.
I do if I want to bring my wife and child.
Okay.
Or, I mean, you could write ahead to tell them to make their way there.
I suppose, or they could meet us in Ghost Hill or something. Yeah, other options.
You want them to be with you.
If I'm going to be that close to Driftmark, I need to stop by.
Okay. That is something that can be arranged off screen. We're not going to worry about the logistics of traveling with an infant and blah, 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 blah. What is the intent of the campaign to do next?
Stannis.
Okay. So the treasure will be secreted in places.
Mm-hmm.
You are traveling to Stannis. Part of traveling to Stannis is potentially also a visit to your family in Driftmark.
Yes, but that's awfully close to the Red Keep.
Well, so is Dragonstone.
It's not that close. I mean, it is in that region, but it's not off the coast immediately.
Yeah, it's not like they couldn't fire a trebuchet at it or anything like that.
It's
sensible.
It is not part of the world, though. It is. It's both near, but I don't think it's near enough that we need to worry. They're going to see us motherfuckers.
It is much closer to Dragonstone than it is King's Landing. I am not going to ambush you because you decide to go visit Driftmark and go, oh, no, that took you too close to the Royal Fleet. Dragonstone was fine, but that 1/8 of an inch on this map of Westeros I found...
And we find out all the sad letters were fake. They lured us there. They were like, oh, it's so sad. No one visits us. Oh.
Oh no.
All right. So it sounds like
hot dicks.
The next cut will be your ship arriving, or at least approaching, Dragonstone. So let's take our mid-session break, and we will come back for a pleasant and cheerful conversation of no great consequence with the famously jovial Stannis Baratheon.
He's so gracious.
So, let's take a break. We'll be back in a couple minutes, everybody. we are back. And for non-Valyrians, this place is awful. Your ship is approaching Dragonstone, and you can see where Stannis's cheerful disposition comes from. He matches the foreboding, kind of unwelcoming nature of this place. Now, to you guys, these dragons are kind of soothing. These dragons are impressive architecture. This castle that seems to be made of dragons, all striking poses with wings in the air, is masterful sorceress architecture. But there is no denying that it is not just the impressive sheer red walls of the Red Keep in King's Landing, or even the kind of imposing strategic placement of Wyvern's Rest, with its own kind of draconic vibe, but not like this. The legends have it that Dragonstone was shaped from stones turned liquid by dragon's fire, and then shaped with old Valyrian magic. And it's got that look, you're like, this was not crafted of brick, right? Like, it's just, you can see it. You can see why those legends are told, even if they might not quite be true. It is a dark, craggy place, all of black stone, and all of that stone has been shaped to look like dragons. The towers that you see are almost like oversized Sivas pieces, right? Where they're just these towers that are shaped like a creature. And often these dragons have their wings splayed, and those wings will meet the wings of another dragon. So they're kind of back to back, and that is what makes it structurally sound. But it looks like maybe that one moved a little when you're not quite looking at it, right? It's all creepily good. And also, for somebody with only Stannis Baratheon's Valyrian blood, it's probably not a super cool place to be like raising a family. Like, you could go, yeah, no, I could see this being scared to a little girl that isn't raised on the stories of those are the dragons, they protect us, right? So it's a thing. It is definitely an imposing place that might play into Stannis's perpetual lack of cheer. And with the prestige of this place taken from it, no longer being the seat of House Targaryen and of the Crown Prince of Dragonstone, you can see why the King's Landing court is full of rumors of him maybe not loving it here. It does not suit a Stormlord. It's just, it belongs to Valyrian. It is a place that is clearly unwelcoming to those without a more direct reason to feel welcome here. And those thoughts and many others are able to fly through your head as you are not greeted by some of the Dragonstone fleet. You are simply flanked by them. There is no signal sent from their ships to yours, no signal flags being waved and telling you to, like, come on in. It's just as you are approaching Dragonstone, from out of the stormy seas around you, a pair of ships bearing the Baratheon of Dragonstone banner now have you kind of flanked and locked in and are not quite guiding you. But they're not quite guiding you specifically to these small fishing village and port that's inside the walls of Dragonstone. So they are not stopping you, and they are in fact kind of uncomfortably nudging you in the right direction of, hey, you are welcome here. They're just not being very welcoming about it. So there's no pleasant conversation with some Lord of Dragonstone upon their approach, etc., etc. Nobody hops in a smaller landing craft and joins you on your ship to then walk you in, right? It's just like...
It's got a vibe of, you might as well come in then, I guess.
Yes.
I can't help but notice the pirates give us a warmer welcome.
No, they just ignored us.
Yeah, right?
So, excuse me, you are able to make your way in. The largest tower and the central keep of Dragonstone is the Stone Drum, which is big and secure in that in order to reach it from some of the different towers, these draconic towers with their flared wings and stuff have some walkways between them in a few places, and that sort of thing. So there's some connections there that might be made with like wooden, like rope bridge wooden type of stuff in other places that are made of this kind of almost delicate, unearthly looking stretches of skinny stone, and it kind of looks almost like chains holding the dragons together in a way that is a little off-putting again. So you look up and all these towers are dragons. There's no helping the fact that you remember that the courtyard that you're in was pretty crucial during like the Dance of Dragons. This is where crap. Somebody fed his like sister to a dragon here at the end of the Dance with Dragons. And it's just, this is a place steeped with history, and not all of it is good. And in fact, Westeros being Westeros, most of it is not good.
Right?
So yeah, it's a thing. But luckily, there to assuage the sting of ill manners and to make sure that you feel welcome and making the whole place cozy, is Stannis Baratheon, standing at the top of these stairs just in the courtyard. And he's standing there in armor, and he's got a faintly oversized sword at his hip, and a helm under one arm, ready to be swiftly donned.
Just in case.
And it occurs to you that you're not sure if he did this because it's you visiting, or Stannis being Stannis, maybe he's just been going in armor everywhere since he left King's Landing
Being
a
paranoid.
couple weeks ago. It's hard to tell, and you're not sure that it matters. Because either way, he is standing there with his craggy features as cold and stiff and unyielding as the stones themselves, offering you no warm greeting, nor cold greeting, just standing there like one of the tower-mounted gargoyles himself, just as still as a statue, staring at you. As you are approaching, Renus, are you wearing a crown?
Yes, I'm wearing my crown.
Okay.
And I'm carrying Dark Sister at my hip.
I figured the sword was a given. I just thought I'd check on the crown part. So he gives you a look. It looks like it's faintly disapproving. Then you remember that's just how his face is. So Hard to tell if he is faintly disapproving or not, but he is just staring at you. His wife and daughter are not in the courtyard. It's just him. A couple of knights are standing by a couple doors here and there. And he's just staring and waiting
Oh,
to see why you're here and what you have to say. And yeah, he's giving away nothing.
well, Rhaenys will just walk right up to him, stop, I guess, a few steps down, and give him a curtsy. Lord Stannis.
I think for the moment, a my lady must suffice.
My lady will work.
And then he gives a nod that could be taken as an appropriately polite bow. Not a deferential, your grace bow, but a I am highborn, you are highborn, I am the gentleman
Dude,
flavor.
right now this is still his home, and he is the lord here, so he gets to be. That's why I stopped below him on the stairs. That's why I offered him greeting first.
So he stops and he's looking you up and down. There's no missing the crown, of course. There's no missing the sword. There's no mistaking those. And his frown deepens a bit, and he waves. And a creaky old maester comes from one of the side rooms, the
Oh.
side doorways flanked by knights. This is Maester Cresson. Ferris will whisper that you guys can all hear just to hear his name. And he is a bald on top, flowing white beard, hunched over, wispy old maester, like most people expect. Right? He's Ferris in like 5 or 6 years, right? Like way in the future. He's much more the stereotypical maester that people tend to picture, right? But he comes walking out, and he's got a plate of bread and salt. It is like all crust, unleavened black bread, and it is thick, coarse-grained salt, and it's not like a warm buttered roll. That's like it's
I
just
bet he has like scratchy toilet paper too.
yeah.
For guests, for guests,
just-
not for himself.
Everything must be uncomfortable here. I am uncomfortable, and so right. So it's
Right.
not like great bread or whatever, but it is technically bread and salt.
You just made a good set.
And he, Maester Cresson, actually starts just in order of approaching people from the side. He's not going like out of his way here. He's old enough that it's a first come, first serve type of deal. He's not trying to approach people in a certain order. But without a word, Stannis just sits and he stares and he watches as everyone accepts their bread and salt from Maester Cresson. And as the last of you, let's say it's Luke, has dipped his bread in the salt and popped it into his mouth, Stannis turns and leaves. And there's the clank of plate mail. And just before he hits a doorway, not like, I mean, like it's open. I just mean like before he gets to it. He
Did it walk into it? Oh,
yeah, he doesn't comedically walk thump. But just before he leaves the courtyard, you hear a come. And you are now officially his guests. You
well, I'm gonna
guests.
need more romancing than that, but okay.
Oh Lord.
and you are taken into the stone drum, which, even with the comparatively mild storm that's going on today, this place is clearly named that because the belly of this tower growls and snarls and rings and echoes with the wind and the thunder outside.
Yeah, you know, the spooky castle.
This tower is maybe just big enough and hollow enough, but probably was also specifically shaped to be spoopy enough that it's like a drum. It's like being inside a giant drum, and the rumbling and booming of the storm outside. Like, you hear what you know, especially like Luke recognizes, oh, that's far off lightning, or that's far off thunder, right? Like, but you hear it, and then it like shakes the place, right? Like, by design. You know that's not like a rickety tower. It's just like, no, they made this place to be some weird fucking echo chamber
This place is so
to-
cozy.
to highlight the frailty of man against the monsters of the sky, or some Valyrian bullshit that just like they designed this place to be weird and off-putting, and they knew their business. They succeeded. But then, as you step out on the top floor, not a word from Stannis in the meantime, no companionable complaint about his calves getting a workout as you guys are going up the stairs.
Which
No,
his brother
no.
would have made that comment.
Yeah. No, hey, we're almost there. No, at least this keeps my butt looking tight. Nothing. No chat from Stannis. But you step out in the top floor, and you guys all know from your history that this is the top floor of the stone drum, because you immediately recognize that you are standing in the chamber of the painted table.
Oh, I love this table.
This is a round room that is the kind of peak of this tower, and it's got big open windows and bare black walls, and in the center of it is its namesake painted table, which is carved and painted into being a detailed map of Westeros. It's a giant, like, topographical table, and it's got like the mountains, and then rivers are carved down, and like it's a giant wargaming table that, to the best knowledge of all of you, is the most accurate map of Westeros. And this was made where Aegon the Conqueror called for it to plan his invasion of Westeros. So it's this huge dominant feature in the center of the room, bigger than like a pool table in real life. There are parts of it in the center where you probably need, like in Las Vegas, they use like that little stick for the dice, right? Like you need one of those little sticks to move some stuff in the very center of this. It's just this big, amazingly detailed table that has symbolically been soaked in blood time and time again, often due to decisions made in this room and over this table. And you see that Stannis has not been idle. There are pieces on the board. There are default, just little I am an army figures here and there and everywhere. And he, still without a word, but with something that could be mistaken for a wry smirk, were it on any other Baratheon, even Oris, he reaches out and he grabs a piece and slides it from the southern and easternmost tip of the table, just representing Dorne or off the coast of Dorne. And he takes it and he moves a piece and puts it here on Dragonstone.
Let's see, that's you.
And then he just quirks an eyebrow and looks at you.
I'm announcing myself. And
Out of character, I'm sorry. I just have so much fun being this asshole, but it's so hard for me compared to even other assholes that it's just that flavor of just like staring expectantly like you're constantly disappointing him is exhausting for me in a fun way. So I just have to crack up sometimes afterwards. Sorry, very serious.
I'm announcing myself, and I'm taking back the throne for Targaryens.
What an opener.
Whom you are conveniently the last of.
I wouldn't exactly call it convenient, but considering my grandfather, I kind of am glad. I mean, but yes. No, I'm not. My children are the last right now.
Have you told your husband?
Yes.
Well then, I suppose they are, or will be, once you announce it, and cast off this cloak of Nymerianship that you have been swaddled in for so very long.
I liked it. But it's not my cloak to wear.
Choosing to discard a comfortable lie? Maybe you made Papa Stannis happy. Like that's an almost, like it's an almost maybe impressed.
Yeah.
The happiest he's ever been. A 4 out of 10.
You are the first that I've come to since my trip across the sea. And I have returned with the means to make a war. But now I need the people.
Who did you bring back from Essos?
I brought back John Connington. I mean, they'll be following us shortly in the Golden Company. I brought back... I don't think it's from Essos, but Black Bryce Whitebone.
Some pirate?
Of Valyrian blood and Iron Islands. He's very interesting. You'll hate him.
Sounds like
Doubly temperamental and unpredictable,
Yeah.
then.
He doesn't like the Ironborn either,
Definitely
so it's
true.
excel.
Mm-hmm. Who else did I bring back?
Vast swathes of cash.
Those were like the...
What's it?
Oh yeah.
So it's about who we brought.
And the legacy of my family. And I'd like to try not to spend all of it, but
Why did you come here?
because you are a linchpin, Lord Stannis. With Robert dead and what has come to light, You are important.
I am, by law and rights, Lord of Storm's End. And yet you did not bring Renly.
I did not. I left him at Storm's End with
Lady Elena.
the Lady Elena.
I am glad to hear that I am hosting guests and that my younger brother is safe in my keep. Instead, you brought my nephew here.
I did. I would have you know that I intend to legitimize Horus. Which would technically make him the Lord of Storm's End. But not yet. You're Lord of Storm's End right now.
Would first make him King of Westeros, Protector of the Realm, Lord of the Rhoynar, the First Men, etc., etc. Shouldn't it?
Position he has no desire to take.
Should. But I think we all have seen. Is Oris in here with us?
Yes, he is very much in the back of the room.
Okay.
Like, my assumption, you guys have been taking him everywhere, so he's just
Yes.
not talking.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to leave, if you'd wanted him to not be there, you could have. Yeah, you could say he's not there, but like,
Yeah.
you assumed he was.
No Orises.
Oris doesn't want the throne. Oris shouldn't have the throne. Robert.
So you would
Sorry.
have the Baratheon dynasty be a historical mistake that ends
No.
when Robert ended it.
No, the Lannisters already did that.
I would have the Baratheon. I would have House Baratheon, House Targaryen allies again. I would have us be a family again.
While the Targaryen sits the throne.
Yes.
As I said, convenient.
She has this Baratheon blood in her. She has Targaryen. The two families have been closest to conquest and before then.
He's got a point.
Oh, I know. But convenient or not, it's my lot. It's my destiny.
Your their grandfather and I have spoken, so, and he nods to the rest of the Nymerians, have spoken some at length as circumstances allowed. He knew, or hoped at least, that this day would come. I care only for the legacy of my house, the shame and ill repute heaped upon it by my brother, somehow miraculously not for who he fucked, but for who he didn't. But should we work together to restore the Targaryen dynasty, I will not see the Baratheons shamed and belittled in the meantime.
Nor would I.
Where am I to take my wife and daughter?
For the moment, nowhere. Eventually? Look at Bela.
I give you a little nod too, like, yeah, good idea.
Lannisport.
Was it
I
your
would
new
also-
Ironborn friend that suggested that?
No. He is remarkably disinterested in all of this.
Not only would it be great recompense to your house from theirs, but if anybody questioned the decision, I think you've earned it based on merit alone, since who else can handle the Ironborn but you?
As you've handled them in the past.
And we all know that Lannisport is the real seat of power in the Westerlands.
To whom do you defend the realms from at Dragonstone? And whom will you defend it from at Lannisport? I think the Maesters will have much more to write about one than the other.
Though I'm sure if
Doreen.
there's,
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sure if there's somewhere else you would prefer, Lady Arenas would be open to hearing about it.
Shireen is, as of yet, unbetrothed. If we are to establish the Baratheons of Lannisport, she will wed a trueborn Lannister.
How old is Shireen?
Out of character, I want to say 10 or 12-ish.
Yeah, she's about 10, yeah, somewhere around.
Let me double check that because sometimes it's a little
I
fuzzy
have
on the
one.
show. Sometimes the ages are a little fuzzy in the books and on the shows, and
That's fine. She's a girl.
she's 12 in our canonicity. So yeah, she's 12.
I have Martin.
Tyrion's blood is pure, but I will not see my daughter wed to the imp.
He was too old for it anyways. I don't think he'd go for it.
Perhaps Martin would do.
Martin is of an age. It would be a good match, I believe. He has a good.
He's a good-natured lad.
He is good natured. He's not like super bright, but he is good natured.
He's not one of the ones I hate.
Martin is also a third son. Lancel.
You want Lancel. Have
I
you met
want-
Lancel?
I want a firstborn, trueborn son of a prominent Lannister bloodline.
Who's his dad?
He's Martin's big brother. He is the firstborn son.
And Jenna.
He's the firstborn of Kevin and Dorna Swift.
Oh, yeah,
Kevin
okay.
Lannister and Dorna. He's just the eldest of those three brothers.
And in all the time I spent with the gaggle matchmakers in Lannisport, did they have plans for Lancel?
All of what you heard them saying about Lancel was bragging about him squiring for the king. And how dashing he must be in King's Landing, and etc., etc., etc.
So
Like,
it sounds like he's fairly inoffensive, so like it's, you know.
He's a little milk toasty, but okay.
I mean, we don't need it. I mean, I don't.
Okay.
It's he'll do.
Should he survive the upcoming war, then yes. We'll go with
Very
Lancel.
well then. Let our agreement simply state, as part of your negotiations to bring peace to Westeros, in the face of this Lannister rebellion and the bastard that they have seated on the throne, the eldest son of Kevin Lannister, Lancel, if it be he, if he should fall Willem, if Willem should fall Martin, if Martin shall fall, well, we will see who remains. Out of here. We will see who remains of the Lannisters, he would have said.
Didn't we put? Isn't Martin like squiring for like Balin?
You-
Yeah, he's been hanging out with Balin and Bela
Okay,
of late.
good, pretty good odds of surviving with those people around.
Yeah, Martin does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're gonna do with these kids. Agreed.
Then, if I am to have Lannisport, and I'm assuming your son, or perhaps daughter, he says offhandedly, like, oh, it's just a quaint little fine, right? And if your son or daughter will have Dragonstone, and if my nephew is to be legitimized, he says, as though Oris isn't there and doesn't have a name, I suppose then, what shall become of Renly?
Renly would become the Lord Commander of the Knights, or the Kingsguard.
Would he?
That's what I'm thinking.
And
However,
and the sole remaining unwed Tyrell boy?
Loras.
He does not name Loras by
Oh.
name or inquire directly after him in a way, you know.
I intend to also.
What an asshole!
I know, dick.
He will don the white cloak too.
Yes, he'll don a white cloak as well.
Hmm.
Thus establishing and continuing the story of glory of House Baratheon.
And of House Baratheon stepping aside and protecting the Targaryens even with their lives and at detriment to their lands. I have concerns with the future of the Stormlands beneath my nephew. Sir Courtenay Penrose will not be removed from his position as Castellan for no less than 10 years.
Absolutely agreed.
And a maester will be sent. Cresson will serve until such time as Old Town commits one full time.
Also agreed.
And again, he talks like Cresson isn't there. Like Cresson's just standing off to the side, and Stannis is just like, I'm not asking Cresson to do the thing, right? It's just
Yeah,
Stannis.
he's correcting pieces on a board right now.
Yep.
That's yeah.
I suppose in 10 years, even Robert's son could learn to rule.
Or at least know when to let the more experienced do so.
Who will be your master of ships?
Do you want to be master of ships?
I
That's
hadn't gotten that.
probably the first question to deal with before
No.
answering further.
He
Will your queen appoint her small council based on who wants the positions?
no.
No, but you are currently in the position, so
I
As-
am
as-
not.
as a point of both courtesy and curiosity, I am asking.
I am not. I wrote a letter to Jaime Lannister's bastard, formally withdrawing my position upon the small council.
Oh. That was ballsy.
And I'm just going to give like a silent little nod of respect to that.
I can't remember his name. I think I had planned to put my uncle.
Oh, Aurene Waters.
No.
the other one.
No.
We call that pulling a Cersei.
Montfort Valerian.
Yeah.
Yes. Montfort Valerian.
The trueborn Valerian would become master of ships. Yeah.
I was like, oh shit, I forgot we had other uncles.
He hasn't really, he hasn't shown up and been kind of.
My
Yeah.
brother Luke will is by default right now his heir.
So the Valarians will be restored to their former glory, and the tradition of the Master of Driftmark and Lord of Tides, also being the Master of Ships, will continue.
Yes.
Renly will not continue his duties as Master of Laws if he is also busy donning the white cloak.
Correct. Not that I think he did much in that position. I actually would like you to take that position. You have an unerring compass for the law. You are almost as committed to that as you are to House Baratheon.
And while the Maesters may remark that there were changes made with the new queen, none will say you were demoted or removed from power if you have a new position with the small council.
If that does not suit, I will need someone with your experience at my side as hand. But I'm offering it, but I don't want to decree it so. There are many changes ahead, and you have commitments elsewhere.
He is just staring down at the map, and
I'm
you can
thinking
see
in my head,
there's
and
the
yes,
slightest-
I know that I'm just now saddling myself with him until he pisses me off a billionth time down the road. Or until he resigns when he gets tired of me being soft.
His gaze is flicking around the map in thought. He doesn't acknowledge the offer of handship directly.
Right.
He sits and he looks at the map for a moment, a long moment, and then he looks up again. He says, "Were I to accept this position as Hand of the Queen, would your first order be that we lay siege to King's Landing, or that we move to claim the Westerlands?" And he's looking you dead in the eye to like read your expression as he asks that question.
There is power to be had in the symbol of having King's Landing. But practically, I believe we need to take the Westerlands first.
How? Should we sail what remains of the royal fleet that is yet loyal to its former master of ships, leaving Dragonstone unprotected as we make our way all around the south of Westeros, presumably gathering fleets as we go, and hit them from the west? Or would an army amass in Dorne or the Reach or the Stormlands and push north or west? Tell me, move a piece. What is your plan?
My eyes flicker to Baela.
With respect, my queen, you have advisors.
My gut says both.
Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, it need not be an either-or decision.
My instincts are to bring both types of armies, the Navy and Army, to bear, to crush the Westerlands quickly.
We engage the Lattice fleet in the Sunset Sea and then bottom of Atlantisport while the army marches from Highgarden, I would propose.
Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you meant attacking King's Landing and the Westerlands at the same time.
Oh, no. I was talking about...
Because
that leaves our supply line at risk. of disruption.
There are no experienced naval commanders that yet serve Jaime Lannister's bastard.
Good.
With an appropriate number of ships, likely a third, perhaps even a quarter, of the combined Redwine and Dornish fleets, we could hold them in Blackwater Bay, leaving the rest of the fleet to circle Westeros and attack the Westerlands.
I agree.
And that might mean that while being held in place, so to speak, in King's Landing, by the time it's time to attack King's Landing, they may be in less of a strong defensive position.
A much less tenable position.
They'll probably be resupplied along the Gold Road, if nothing else, but yes, I agree.
Not as heavily as before with the Reach throwing in with us.
I agree. And such a supply line is going to be attacked as well. So.
True.
Tywin will not sit. He's not been sitting on his hands. Look, Tywin is canny and scheming.
Yes. Tywin would probably look to bring another player into play. He knows he's surrounded.
You think that other player might be Lord Baelish?
Well,
Baelish
yes.
is money, not men. But it could be the Airy.
Money buys men.
Yeah. The area could be Ironborn. It could be any number. He could bring fleets and sellswords from Essos. I don't know, but if I was Tywin, I would look to bring someone else in. Yeah.
If I was Tywin, I'd look to the Iron Islands, but I don't know how Tywin fix.
I will be your hand for 10 years. He just suddenly goes back to that.
Okay. Apparently, we're asking the right questions. I guess I don't know.
Or we did so bad, he's like, okay, I gotta help.
I gotta do something for these kids.
On your word, I will advise you for no less than 10 years. At the end of 10 years, we will discuss the nature of the relationship and the quality of what advice has been given and what advice has been followed in that time.
He's gonna give you a report card.
Right? How well
He
did
will-
you follow directions? Did you follow the right directions? Did you fall for my little trick?
My advice prior to that, bless you, he does not say that. That was me. My advice prior to that would be mobilizing some number of the Knights of the Reach and of the Stormlands. Let them serve under experienced marcher lords, led by my brother and my nephew, in order to disrupt reinforcements and keep further assistance from arriving to King's Landing from the Gold Road. Followed by infantry and perhaps the Golden Company to properly lay siege to the capital, while the remainder of your forces deal with the Westerlands, if Lord Tywin remains there. It will take longer if Lord Tywin is already in the Red Keep. We need to trust my brother, my nephew, and whosoever listens to them to respond accordingly should Tywin muster forth and attempt to break the siege.
Did you guys hear this?
Oh, well, I'm standing here listening.
I'm just saying, it's kind of cool. Stannis is talking about how we should trust his brother. And he always, when he's around his brother, has nothing good to say about him.
To appropriately lay siege to King's Landing and maintain that siege, and to do so with any modicum of safety and a fallback point, requires Harrenhal, which we nominally have, but we haven't the Riverlands. So, while a third of your fleet holds King's Landing, 2/3 of your fleet push the Westerlands, and your army is split between bottling up Jaime Lannister's bastard, stopping reinforcements from Tywin, and perhaps laying siege to the entirety of the west of Westeros. What is happening there?
There, Sir Vannon the Justman will be waging civil war with Lord Frey's backing.
And that of his Bracken
His
and Blackwood parents, I do not
Bracken
doubt.
and Blackwood parents, yes.
If Walder Frey had the coin for that, and if the Bracken and Blackwoods were fully committed yet to that, more would already be happening. Why has it not?
I have fetched. We had to fetch the coin.
We found a lot more than just old swords on our trip.
With the Gold Road stretching from King's Landing to Casterly Rock,
Mm-hmm.
or near enough to it so as not to matter, he has to correct himself and make it clear that he knows that the road doesn't literally. Anyway,
Adam can certainly appreciate that level of pedantry.
Oh.
with a golden band bisecting Westeros, and your coin on the south of it and needing to reach the north of it, how do you plan to get this money to fund the Riverlands War? You have claimed the coin, and he gives gives Rhaenys an up and down look, and found some other baubles. But how would you deliver the coin? Soldiers cannot eat the promise of wealth. Yes, Ash. Or was that Adam raising his hand in character? Because I could literally see that. I could see Adam going, yeah.
Mr. Stannis, can I use the bathroom?
It's out of character, but like I guess it would inform what Adam would say in character. That like before the break, we agreed on splitting up the loot, and Adam was like, "I will take a ship of loot to Harrenhal, so that it's ready for when we use it." So if that was allowed to happen, then Adam would be able to pipe up that some of it's in Harrenhal right now.
It might not be at Harrenhal yet, in that you guys have traveled fairly quickly.
Sure, it takes this way.
But yeah, okay. So it, so he will lift an eyebrow, and then from Harrenhal to the Twins.
Harrenhal to the Twins. She'll have to be
A trip overland through the heart of the Riverlands. If I might advise your grace,
of course, Lord Stannis.
a ship could sail the Trident and reach the Twins.
Absolutely, all the way.
I know a smuggler.
No.
And we're gonna cut from there. Just because everybody likes Davos, and we want him to have a good enough entry. So we're gonna jump cut from Stannis saying, "I know a smuggler," and saying it in a way that makes him sound faintly disappointed in himself.
If Stannis cuts off his other fingers for smuggling stolen wealth, I'm gonna be very angry with him.
So
I was really hoping we would run into him eventually. I'm so happy.
So glad. I love him.
So we're gonna cut from Stannis saying that to a rather frumpily dressed, technically Knight and Lord with an onion on his cloak, hurriedly washing fish guts off of his hands and wiping them on his breeches as he quickly makes his way through the bedragoned halls of Dragonstone, with some like page boy running ahead of him, and the camera is going to follow Davos as he mutters to himself, "What did one of my fool boys do now? I swear they'll be the death of me."
He's always talking about his kids. I love this guy.
and so he's trying to figure out why he's being summoned, and there's never any like not poker face when Stannis summons you, because it could be to reward you or punish you or both. It's just
Oh, yeah, or both.
Stannis wants you, right? So
Yeah.
he is muttering to himself and worrying out loud, and he then will storm into the painted chamber, moving at this like brisk walk, stops for a moment, collects himself, and then steps in, and is, "Yes, my lord, what do we..." "Well, I didn't know we were expecting company." And then he will make his way to Stannis' side, and now the Onion Knight has joined the chat. And Stannis, as Lord Sir Davos just moves over next to Stannis and is like looking around expectantly, does a double take at Oris, and then does a double take at Rhaenys. It just seems to be waiting for Stannis to tell him something, and Stannis simply lifts an eyebrow and says, "Your Grace."
Greetings, Sir Davos. It is an honor to meet you. I am Rhaenys Targaryen, and I need your help. It only requires sailing up the Trident.
He kneels.
Oh,
He looks around for a second first, like nobody else is kneeling. Maybe they already knelt. So it takes him a second also to see if anybody is like, "Ha ha ha, this joke she's playing on him is so funny,"
Lols.
right? Like he just kind of glances
Can't believe you
around,
bought that.
and then he kind of stiffly gets to a knee, and then looks up at you, like, and then listens to the bit about the Trident.
right.
Well,
But please rise.
I
These floors
suppose
are very hard and cold.
so is the island, Your Grace. I suppose I am here and not Lord Montfort, not merely because you're giving him time to continue his grieving. What's the cargo, and how secretly is it to travel the length of the Trident?
It is coin, and it is to be very, very secret. And it is to be delivered all the way up to the twins, to Lord Walder Frey.
Sink it and have it caught.
And he gives Stannis a raised eyebrow look. We're taking that side in this trouble, then. Well, I can't say that funding a war will leave me with the clean conscience that a belly full of onions brought to starving folk did, but I think it also won't cost me my fingertips.
Right, Stannis?
Well then, well, I can meet someone at the docks. Let me see the cargo and I'll find the right ship for it.
Excellent.
He does not seem happy about this, or maybe happiness just isn't allowed here, so he's just not showing it. But he is bright enough to put together what he's doing, right? And he's like, he's gonna lose some sleep about any fighting that ensues. He's gonna tell himself it's his fault for a while, but it sounds like you have found your man.
I am very grateful for your assistance.
Let me assist you first. And I will ask only that you remember House Seaworth when the throne has been reclaimed.
Of course. How many sons do you have?
Out of character. Out of character, he would know right off the top of his head.
I don't know. He's got a lot. He may not remember exactly the number.
And like my gut's going like, was it like 3 or 5? But like,
Right? I think it's an odd number.
Yeah.
Like that. Give me a second. But
Hang on.
it's several. I'm looking real quick. He has Dale, Allard, Mathos, Merrick, Devon, Stannis, and Stefan.
7.
7 sons.
Told you. That's a holy number of sons.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
all live fine.
In this timeline, they better.
See.
We'll see. Yeah. I will remember your house and your sons.
Good enough then. I'm off to the docks. He knows it's going to be a little while. You're able to coordinate with him when a ship is supposed to arrive. You're able to send a ship out to intercept the ship on the way to here. We're not going to worry about it. Nobody's contacting DHL here to reroute shipments.
I should
It's
hope
fine.
not. Anyway, we tried to deliver your hoard while you were out.
Yeah. Like,
We've left it with your neighbor, Hoster Tully.
here's a tapestry of it on your porch.
A little note in the screen door of the twins.
Funny.
I was here, damn it!
DHL stands for Dragon Horde Logistics.
So Stannis, as Sir Davos leaves, says, well then, sending a ship full of gold to assist their enemies means that House Tully is lost to you. How is it that the North is not also? With Littlefinger pouring poison into the ear of one daughter, and with you fomenting rebellion against the father, how is it Hoster Tully's other daughter will not bring down every wolf in the North against us?
That is a concern of mine also.
It is a concern. And I don't remember what we had sussed out about this, and we were just
We
You
will
guys
decide
were all
later.
just like, it's a concern. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like everyone's just like, we agree. This is a bullet point.
I'm hoping that my plan to not completely destroy House Tully, but rather just remove them as Lord of the Riverlands, is enough. But
You would let them keep their seat.
part of this whole Riverland thing is that House Justman becomes Lord of the Riverlands.
It's not so much favour for House Frey, but an unfortunate necessity that Justman is attached to them, so we have to be careful.
So he will become Lord of the Riverlands, but not of River Run.
Correct.
If I have not heard that God damn it, out of character, I just completely brain farted. Edmer, there we go. I have not heard that Edmer is a careful young man. It may be that he does not survive the coming battles.
I would rather he did. I don't want the house destroyed. But
Does not.
That would not necessarily destroy the house, but it would fall to probably Sir Brendan at that point, who I believe does not want anything to do with it.
A complication for tomorrow, I think. And perhaps something that their grandfather and the Queen of Thorns has already thought of.
We haven't really been able to check in and update yet.
we came here first.
Well then. between and out of character, there's very little military strength that Dragonstone and its sworn lands hold, but they
Right.
are a prominent naval power, right? So when he talks about having ships, he does, even though he's not master of ships. Because with the ships available to us, should enough of your fleet arrive to enforce and keep the royal fleet contained in the Blackwater Bay, we should have little trouble communicating if I stay on Dragonstone and you return to their grandfather and the Queen of Thorns at Storm's End. I will do so. I will coordinate the defense and hold the Blackwater Bay in your name. And we shall see what is to happen next. And hopefully someone at Storm's End, though certainly not its lord, or his apparent heir, in a sense.
Right.
Certainly neither of them will have your answer, but it could be that the Blood Royal and the Queen of Thorns may. Let us hope.
I'm hoping.
Thank
From
you,
all
my
the
lord.
way down there, that Lord Makar has some strings to pull all the way up north.
Well then.
Exactly.
Though with the bread and salt, there's the implied invitation to stay the night. I think you should not. Let someone coordinate with Davos at the docks, and let the rest of you be on your way to Storm's End.
Agreed.
There is daytime enough yet to sail. And then he stops and he holds out a hand towards the Queen for a handshake.
I shake his hand. I don't have a brooch to give him.
He shakes it, and then, more stiffly than probably anyone you've ever seen, including Grandpa Makar and the likes of Maester Crescent and Grand Maester Pycelle, it's a different sort of stiff. He kneels, and he kisses your knuckles.
I'm gonna cry. Okay.
I'm just
If you do, he takes it back.
No, I don't cry.
Alright, so he does that. His knee touches the stones. His lips brush your knuckles, and then he immediately stands up and looks intensely uncomfortable with a show of, like, obeisance, right? He's got this look like, don't tell anybody I did that, right? Like,
Right,
it's sort of just, he is uncomfortable with
but the
that.
the symbolism was necessary. He needed.
Yes, it was a rule, so he did it.
Right.
It was a, and then he kind of like straightens out his tunic, right? Like tucks it, just his belt, and he goes, "Well then, I will walk you to the docks." And just like that, he has decided that things are over, and as he starts to lead you lot back down the stairs, etc., etc., he brusquely gestures, "Nephew," and says something to Oris, like while they're walking. Yeah.
I just want a moment before we left that room that as much as possible avoiding Stannis's disapproving gaze, like Adam would want to have like gone over to as near to where Harrenhal is and go like, "Look, Varys, I can see my house from here."
Do it.
But like, he didn't want to be yelled at by Stannis when we were talking business, but he's been like sitting with that burning in him the entire time.
And Harrenhal is one of the great castles that is actually like carved
Yeah.
Like not every seat gets that, but Harrenhal is big enough that it's got its own little, it's built into the map and raised up.
I mean, like touch like the table with some amount of reverence, but like he won't be able to help himself on the just like looking to the first like, is there a house here?
All right. Ferris snorts and shakes his head, and then gives your hand a squeeze and pulls you on. So the two
Oh.
of you follow everybody. Our camera, though, is going to zoom in as you guys are leaving the room, and Stannis is giving some compassionate, uncle-ish advice to young Oris.
Don't look at
Have
And,
fun.
Yeah. Never smile, boy. It's weakness. You'll lose their respect. As he is talking to Oris and leading the way back down, you guys are going to head down. You find there's some fresh provisions in your ship and yada yada. You're going to be ready to sail. But as you guys are leaving, our camera zooms in on the God's Eye Lake there near Harrenhal. Like it kind of follows Adam's gaze, and it zooms into that spot of painted blue, and then our camera zooms back out, and it's the waters outside Dragonstone.
Man, whoever directed this doing a good job.
Right?
Yes, you are making way. You still have Dragonstone within sight, and you are making your way towards Driftmark, which is southwest just a bit. When you see more ships, 3 of them, sailing together, and they shift on what is clearly an intercept course, with 2 of them kind of holding back, and you get the vibe that like 2 of them are escorting the third.
Right.
Is kind of the
Are they
feeling.
flying any flags?
It's still mildly stormy out, and difficult to make them out until the lead ship gets fairly close. You see there are a goodly number of people on deck, and it is clearly a ship of appropriate size to be a warship of some sort. Its escorts are not. Certainly, still merchant ships get pressed into service. It's not like we're talking like cannon and stuff that are purpose-built ships of that sort. But they are clearly like a slapdash escort. This is the most dangerous of the 3 ships. There's a good number of people aboard deck, so they look like they're hustling and bustling and are ready for a fight. But you don't see anyone like leveling bows or crossbows or swiveling around like a scorpion or other, ship-capable weaponry. But it looks like they're prepping. Like they're ready if this
Just in case.
goes poorly. And then the wind snaps just right. That's the sound the wind makes. Please,
That's
it's not
super
up to me.
nice. Thank you.
And you see, Ash will recognize the quickest. The green, white.
I was gonna
Sorry,
say.
Adam, not Ash. Sorry, but yeah.
I was gonna say, is this like, this is what we're seeing through, like, because I think Adam's got like a spyglass of some kind.
Yeah, and like you guys probably
I
have
got you
another
one.
one here on ship, and yeah.
Yeah, you bought you a really nice one.
But again, with the weather being what it is, and there's some fog and is it fog or
Yeah.
mist? I don't remember the difference between fog and mist. Anyways,
It's just density, I guess.
you make out
Size of the particle, I don't know.
the green, or the shades of green and the white of the merman sigil of House Manderley.
That says manually.
Ah.
And then
What are they doing down here?
Where'd
the
they get on
wind
deck?
clears just enough, and you see a hastily painted wolf of House Stark on the mainsail, so that it's a larger flag
Holy
Then-
shit.
than the Manderley. So like the Manderley flag is the normal like hey, I belong to this house spot on the ship. And somebody very quickly was like, hey, this sailcloth is a good enough color that if we just put this wolf's head on here, it looks about right in color scheme. And then you see 3 distinct figures standing at the prow of the ship, and honestly kind of striking a pose. First off, Adam in particular immediately recognizes that that's not just some knight of House Manderley standing in the front. That is Sir Marlon Manderley.
Oh,
That's who I squired for.
Yeah, so cousin to Lord Wyman. Normally he's commanding the garrison at White Harbor, but for some
Right.
reason he is here in the ship. He is on one side of a central figure. On the other side of a central figure is a kind of darkly handsome young man that is, we'll remember that, with the lean and lanky build of an archer, and a mop of hair blowing in the wind, that as the wind catches his cloak just right, and again, he's pretty clearly striking a pose. You make out he's wearing dark leather northern garb, but you make out the sigil of House Greyjoy over his heart.
ah,
And then the figure standing between those two and striking a pose with much less purpose and simply looking like he poses somewhat regally, however it is he stands. There is no mistaking from charisma and the famous features of House Stark that you are being greeted or attacked, or at the very least approached, by the young wolf, Robb Stark,
Oh.
son of Lord Eddard Stark.
Do we
Lord
have
Northern.
heir to Winterfell.
do we have the weather gauge? Do we have the wind in a favorable position right now if you want to run, or is it against us at the moment?
Depends on which way you're running.
Away from them.
To
No, we're
attack-
not.
No. The wind is pushing you towards them, which
Okay.
a minute ago you're like, the wind is pushing us straight towards Driftmark. The ocean wants us to go pay our respects. Hey, wait, now the wind is pushing us right towards these guys that are kind of in our way.
I am
it felt
barking
real good.
orders. Yeah. To try to get some control of the ship here. I'm gonna yell, "Hey Rose, get your ass up from below deck!"
Okay, I will get my ass below deck.
And then yeah, originally I'm like, "Hey Rita, go, just get below deck because we don't know what's going on." But as it seems like the wind is boxing us in, shit, I think they're gonna catch us. Adam,
Okay.
you know these people, right? Some of them.
Yeah.
I know Sir Marlon well. That was who I squired for.
What do you think they're doing?
I think they're trying to figure out what we're doing.
I think they're close enough that if they wanted to fire at us, they would probably have started doing so. And I doubt that they came all this way with just 3 ships to fire at us. So I think they probably want a word.
If we send Ferris to ask him nicely, Oris pipes up, hammer over his shoulder, do you think we could convince him to land before we fight?
I hope
I-
so.
My gut says they're not here to fight. And also, I can ask just as nicely as Ferris can. So there.
Well, it looks like they're gonna catch us one or the other. Rita, you want to be Rita or ratings for this shit?
I'm ratings for this shit.
Well, if
Okay.
we could send a boat out to meet them if you prefer.
No.
You do see as the situation continues unfolding and sailing is continuing to happen throughout this, those 2 ships that were holding back have now like turned sideways in a statement of picket intent, right? They're staying back, but they're clearly in a like, look, if you try to run, we're gonna box you in. If you charge that ship, we're gonna help them, right?
Right.
But they're definitely hanging back instead of being directly involved. And the main ship, the merman with a wolf's head ship that is approaching, is lowering a few sails and approaching more slowly. And you can make out the Ironborn looking disappointed. His shoulders are slumping at Rob Stark as those orders are called.
Theon thought he was going to get
Okay.
the fight.
Everyone on deck, keep your weapons on you. But, sister, I'm bringing this around, all right?
Uh-huh.
If there are to be negotiations, I do think I can be of significant help, particularly with regards to Sir Marlon. With your permission, I would like to assist you in speaking with them.
Uh-huh.
I can't speak for our sister, the Queen, but as master of this ship, please do.
Just didn't want to assume. There's kind of this sort of tacit assumption that like Ferris will accompany me because he's the guy who takes the notes and stuff, and also we'll make Adam feel safe.
How come Ferris never healed anybody but Adam?
Sorry.
What?
It's his pocket maester. It's a callback from
That is
earlier.
his pocket maester.
He's like my
So-
Pokemon.
Are you also going to
Okay, maester.
cut some sails, lower some sails, manage
Yeah.
some sails?
Yeah, we are
to-
reducing our speed to bring around as
approach
a...
slowly. Okay.
Friendly.
Specifically, what I'm doing is I'm cutting our speed, and I'm kind of changing our course so we're not moving directly away from them so they get intercept.
Right.
I'm not giving up all of our advantage, but I am signaling that, yes, come a little
So-
closer.
They very expertly, and these House Manderley sailors clearly know what they're about. Instead of sailing right at you, they cut against the wind and then into the wind, so that they're now sailing the same direction you are as they start to
Mhm.
approach kind of side to side. That way you're not just gonna like floor it and go past them and they're facing the wrong way. Right? That's what they're doing. They cut around and then in an arc.
We are
that-
not providing any defensive
Yeah.
maneuvers against it. So
So you lot then come. Hey, it's a raid. Thank you very much. The society
How
live
appropriate.
stream. You are just in time for not quite a raid here in Westeros, as our party, which is
Hey.
led by the secret daughter of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and Princess Elia Martell, they and the siblings that they were secretly raised among are in the middle of, or about to start more of, some sticky wicket negotiations as they try to figure out how they're going to retake Westeros. So you are here just in time for their ship to be flagged by and pull up alongside a ship that is being led by Rob Stark, because probably the biggest single question mark that the campaign still has is how are we going to keep the North from ruining everything? We've got a lot of parts in place. Dorne is completely on their side. The Reach is completely on their side. And let's see if I can point, nope, that side. Felicia, Queen Rita's here, is actually married to the heir to the Reach. So they've got the Reach on their side. One of their best friends is Robert Baratheon's bastard, who they're going to legitimize into being Lord of the Stormlands. So the Stormlands are on their side. They just got Stannis Baratheon on their side and actually serving as Hand of the King.
Queen.
Sorry, Hand of the Queen. It's the position is always Hand of the King. But anyways,
Not anymore.
but
you know, in old
Oh.
Valyrian, there
Yeah.
was no gender term for
The
that.
gender-
Right? Just
Sorry.
the hand.
sorry about our shuffling on screen here, but one of our players, Ash, is clearly having some connection issues, so it's fucking up everything. But anyways, throughout all of these talks, as they have tried to figure out how to get the bastard Joffrey Lannister off the throne and keep Tywin Lannister from that, and how to get back at Peter Baelish, who is kind of running the Vale and who has attacked this house. Throughout all of it, they just keep going, I don't know what to do about the North, you guys. And now the North has approached them.
They've come to us.
They could have a fucking letter.
Yep. On the choppy seas between Dragonstone and Driftmark, they have just had pulled up alongside a ship with the young wolf Robb Stark. So, both ships kind of sniffed each other's butts very nervously, and then advanced very slowly to make it clear that nobody wants to fight. And there's kind of a mutual agreement between both crews to take turns, and both crews toss some grappling hooks over. And then
yell to my men, if anybody attacks out provocation, they're riding home tied to the bottom of the hole.
So the crews both kind of standoffishly staring at each other, affix the other side's grappling hooks instead of them just like being hauled and pulled tight. This is a weird little dance for these guys. But soon, both ships shudder with a thud as they are pulled up alongside, and wearing the dark leathers of House Stark in a dire wolf fur-trimmed cloak, you are approached by Robb Stark. Let's say, to cover for Ash's connection issues, that the representative of House Manderley talks to Adam fondly for a moment, because Adam used to squire for him. So that's our cover for Ash having his connection problems. So they are talking amiably off to one side. Theon tries to give literally all the rest of you a hairy eyeball and stare you down, because he clearly sees himself as here to be like Robb Stark's bodyguard, right?
Right.
I'm going to approach Robb Stark. Welcome aboard, Wyvern's Hope. What do we owe the pleasure of the Starks?
All right, looks like we have Ash back, so let's... All right, things are shuffling around. We're still in the wrong... It's all good. No, connection issues happen.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi is completely crapped out, so I'm having to use my phone right now.
It's all good, man. It happens. So, he just gives you a bit of a smile and says, I'm not on board your ship yet, and I think you know why I'm here.
And how stormy is it?
Just enough to be uncomfortable to people that aren't used to being on ships.
Okay. That's me.
Well,
and probably Rob. And and Ash, Adam, and Ferris. So,
speak plainly, Stark. Are you here to see her, or no?
My sword is in its sheath, and your ship is still above water. I'm here to talk, not fight. And I'm hoping that you lot are too.
We can talk. We do that. I'll kind of motion for Rhaenys to approach.
No. I'm going to stay up under this whatever awning I'm under. I'm not going to motion him over to me.
On second thought, you are being requested to board.
Immediately, the lanky Ironborn lad sneers, and he says, Robb Stark's not stupid enough to... No, because Robb hops up onto the up and over. He times it pretty well for somebody that clearly hasn't spent a ton of time on ships. But just as your ship rocks low and his ship rocks up, he hops over, and Theon is like, "God damn it!" And he's like, "Your father will kill me if you." And so Theon hops over and follows him.
No harm will come to him or any of you. You have my word, unless you start it first.
And then, waiting for the next rock of both decks, Sir Marlon Manderley also hops over. Without the youthful athleticism of the prior two, but with a little bit better timing and sea legs. And then he reaches out and gives Theon a punch in the shoulder, and he's like, "Relax, lad. I know the Nymerians. They'll not try nothing." And then Sir Marlon does approach Adam, and damn it, and now okay, Ash is back, maybe. So Sir Marlon approaches with a warm greeting to his former squire, Adam, as Robb Stark is fixing his cloak and trying to make sure he looks right before he approaches this woman who would be queen. So let's do a moment there of just the big, kind of hipster bearded, broad-shouldered Marlon Manderley. He's got this big, like, northern head of hair, right, and beard, and he's he's not like Oris and Robert and Clegane tall, but he's like 6'5", 6'6"-ish, right? He's a big dude.
He's more like kind of Lyle Craig-Hall kind of size.
Yeah, like he's a notably large fellow with this gray-streaked beard that's got a smile splitting it wide open, and he goes, "Look at you, Lord of Harrenhal." And he just holds his arms out for a hug instead of a handshake.
I'm really sorry to interrupt. Just like you said, Lord of, and then it crunched really bad, so I didn't actually.
Harrenhal, Lord of Harrenhal, and he holds his arms open for a hug.
It's the Harrenhal curse.
Adam is definitely like going in for that hug and is very happy. Like, Sir Marlon, I'm so happy to see you.
And he kind of consumes you for a moment, because he also has on a cloak against the weather. And for a moment, you guys are like, he took Adam. We'll never see him again.
I want to point out, it's hard sitting here looking at badass as my brother is hugging their knight. So I'm just going to relax my shoulders a little bit and do one of those, jeez.
Okay. I'm not all blown up anymore.
On top of all this thing is, like, Adam has gotten, like, more than a foot taller since he, like, first went to the White Harbor.
Yeah, I mean, it's been several years now of campaign, not just in real life. So,
it's been like a decade.
Yeah. So you get a big warm hug, and he smells like White Harbor. Partially that's because White Harbor smells like the ocean, and you guys are on the ocean. But it's just you're like, yep, nope, that's where I spent several of my formative years. Yeah. And he goes, sorry we couldn't ever make you a knight, lad, but well, clearly you've done all right for yourself.
Well, I rather jumped that step, it seems.
And your grandfather, how fares Lord Maekar?
He fares well.
Our letters have fallen off these years since you returned home, but it would seem he's been busy with other things.
Yes, that's always plotting and scheming.
Just see with a baby.
I'm sorry he's not written as often, and neither have I. I apologize for that.
It's fine. You've been busy too. Wooing and betting Shellawent, from what I hear.
Well, that's not quite how I would describe it, but we are married.
Right. Well, look, he clears his throat and kind of straightens up. Our side promises not to start no trouble, if your side promises the same. And I hope you do. And he gives Oris and Bela a long up and down look.
Well-
Like everybody already saw Luke, but like we kind of missed those two.
Yeah.
And that's not.
Well, if trouble doesn't start, they are definitely up for arm wrestling.
All right. We'll let the ward go first. Quit looking so sour, Theon. We told you we were here to talk. And then we'll kind of fade from that conversation as Theon and Sir Marlin are kind of over by the edge of the ship. Theon's looking around warily as though being aware is going to do him any fucking good against Luke and Bela and Oris, and so he's definitely got his Mr.
They
Potato
can win this fight, but they're not getting off the ship alive.
Yeah, he's got his Mr. Potato Head suspicious eyes on in very Theon Greyjoy fashion, right? While Rob, meanwhile, just walks a straight line over towards where he saw Luke gesturing back, and and he's a little unsteady. He hasn't got better sea legs than you, Renus,
Yeah.
but he is walking like somebody that knows how to handle a sword, and he's not fumbling with that sword that's half under his cloak, and right, stuff like that. So, and also, he's clearly not got the blood of the dragon, but he has been raised as the heir to Winterfell. So it's hard not to see a lot of each other in each other, and you suspect he must kind of feel the same as he is approaching you and clearly kind of sizing you up. Now you've got the benefit of wearing the crown of Aegon III and Renus I, and having Dark Sister at your side instead of just good Castle Forge Winterfell steel. But there's some pep in his step. This is not a pup. This is a young wolf.
Right.
And he approaches and stops outside of fighting distance, right? It's clearly not a threatening approach. You'll forgive me, I hope. My father and I haven't yet decided if we'll be bending knees or shaking hands. And he does take one more step and hold out a hand to be shaken.
I'll shake his hand.
That's good.
Come in. Or come under here. We're outside of the rain.
Yes, you guys are going to go kind of half into, like, the captain's quarters. It's got, like, the biggest doorway, and it's, kind of prominent on the ship. So you're not luring him below decks with womanly wiles and making Theon even pissier. You guys are both able to still stand where people can see you.
I just picture both.
You want to fuck Rob Stark? I mean,
Yeah.
I'd say go for
Like,
it.
honestly, it's hard for anybody to hold it against any character that's like, what? It was Rob Stark. I can tell. Man, everybody gets it.
One good first name. Just saying.
Right?
Handsome.
Like a very nice.
You two are gonna turn sideways
In the doorway. So
and we're gonna say that like our imaginary camera flies past his shoulder and into the quarters so that it's looking outwards on you two outlined against the light on deck, right? So it's like a really cool silhouette shot. It says, so
Rhaenys Targaryen.
Rob Stark.
On honor to me. The young wolf. Your reputation precedes you.
We've heard things of you too.
Depending on where that came from, it could be very good or very bad. It's probably actually a mix of both.
Like everything we heard, it came from the south. So it has been a mix, yes.
He's not wrong.
Everything's south of you.
But some of what we heard of, well, I suppose it's not your house anymore, but the Nymerians, some of that word came from the south and did go past Winterfell. the Night's Watch thanks you for your assistance, and we spoke with someone that you sent to the wall.
John.
A good man.
The
I hope he's
would-be
doing
Vulture
well.
King.
Yeah, I was like, we've sent several people to the wall,
Right.
so and you would get a different story from each one.
He'd specified that we, as in he and his father, spoke to one. So you're pretty sure it
It was John.
wasn't the, traitor from the
Was
first
Orson.
arc, or the bandit you guys sent, Will of the
Oh,
Woods.
yeah,
in the
forgot all
fir-
about him.
Yep.
Oh, no,
Bandit Fred.
mind you, we didn't send Waymore Royce. He was going anyway, but yeah.
But, so
We got up that morning planning to kill him. But his actions on the battlefield showed us otherwise. He's a good man.
He'll serve the kingdoms.
on that note, not to be indelicate, my lady, but I wonder if perhaps we could close the door for one part of this conversation.
Why, of course. I don't have a problem with that.
You're
I
used
could,
to
How closed are we talking?
I would speak with her alone on a topic.
very well. And Adam and presumably Ferris are going to.
I would trust few to be alone with her, but you're Eddard Stark's son, so I step back and I motion to my quarters they're going to be using.
If the lady insists and would be willing to match the gesture, we could leave our swords on the deck.
There's no call for that. Come on.
Good. And he steps inside, and he lets you close the door. And then he immediately and earnestly turns to you. What do you know of John Sand?
Oh, shit.
I know that he's a bastard who wanted to make changes.
And he's got those intense, stark eyes just boring into you.
Oh, you're so lucky.
I know
Who's
that he
bastard?
has rights.
Who's bastard?
Pardon?
Who's
don't-
bastard?
I don't know. I don't think I ever knew. Does he know?
When word reached us that Jonathor Sand, a bastard in service to House Dane, was being sent north to the wall, my father made a point of insisting that that group of men stopped at Winterfell, and not merely for meat and mead, but because he needed to speak with John Sand. I hope you will understand this is not rough-hewn northern bravado when I tell you, lady, that I have seen my father scared twice in my life. Once is when my youngest brother Rickon was born. It was not easy on my mother. The other time was when my father heard that John Sand was coming to our home.
Who is he that he is such a harbinger?
John Sand is my cousin, your brother, and a steward of the Night's Watch. We need both pray that the last point supersedes the first two. He was born to Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, my aunt.
He's at the wall.
With his, I believe, great uncle Aemon, who has been forgotten there, and it is the intent of House Stark that John Sand should do the same.
What is John Sand's intent?
He did not know. He says he does not care. We have written since his arrival at the wall. I was surprised at how much I liked him. I think he has no intent to leave.
Okay, I realize that I'm from very far south, but it has always been taught to us by Lord Maekar that the Night's Watch they serve, and it is important that they serve. I think that it's important that he's there.
It is not only important that the Night's Watch have a leader of his caliber, but it is important that he is of the Night's Watch and serves the realm as a whole instead of wedding his sister, trying another rebellion on a larger scale, or bringing about a second Dance of Dragons where it is men only with not a dragon in sight that would die this time. John Sand will stay at the wall if you let him. And if you don't, we will stop you.
Is this part of your decision to whether or not to take up sword against me or bend the knee?
It is one of the reasons we have to take up swords against you. We would like for all of us, and the history books, and Westeros itself, to be done discussing John Sand. And he holds out a hand.
I take his hand. He is where he is supposed to be, and I am where I am supposed to be, and here we shall stay.
Well then, it would seem that both sides have made it through the first pass of our joust. My father permits me to speak the remainder of our conversations around your would-be siblings.
My
The remainder
family.
of House Nymerian. I understand, and we understand, that you are close. But this topic was for your ears alone. I hope you'll understand.
Yes. To protect he who shall not be named.
I leave the status of the door to you then, my lady.
Alright. I'll reach out and swing it open. It's fine. Just wave at everybody.
Hi.
Alright then.
Alright. They're fine. Nobody's adjusting clothes and looking out of breath. Nobody's bleeding. There's no new hickeys. Everything looks like they just had a...
Oh,
nice
I think she
conversation.
missed an opportunity then.
Well, I'm
So, alright.
Alright, look. You
So
can't
now-
forget. Willis would have to be involved in that talk.
Climb the crispy mountains to the north while you have a chance. It's a law of the sea.
Climb them.
Uh,
Like a tree.
So, and then he kind of stands there and he puts his hands on his hips. He goes, so, on to the other reasons we might have to raise swords against you.
Correct. Yes, there are several, and we would really, really rather resolve them this way.
I need you to understand, my lady, and all those who are listening. My father is not in Winterfell. It is Bran that is the Stark who must be in Winterfell at present, because my father is riding south, amassing banners as he goes. The call has been sent on behalf of my Tully blood to assist Lord Hoster in keeping the Tully line alive and restoring order to the Riverlands.
And what of the kid who sits the throne? What does the North stand on that?
The Riverlands are between the North and King's Landing. The Riverlands are why the banners have been called. We owe a duty of blood to House Tully. And I hope you will understand, I am not lying, nor am I threatening, when I tell you how many banners that is.
No, I know.
House Stark is known for a number of things, but boasting is not one of them. I do understand.
I am sorry that the Riverlands are a bone of contention between us, but I understand the loyalties that blood brings. However, Van and Justman is my man. Far more than Hoster Tully is.
Have we been allowed back in the room, or are we still outside?
No, you're in.
Yeah,
You're
the door is open now. You guys are able to, hear and stuff.
Okay.
in.
What?
Go
Okay,
ahead.
good.
Ash.
Your Grace, there is also a further potential complication that, while I never bent the knee to him personally, Foster Tully is my sworn liege lord and my good brother by marriage. He may call upon me as well.
Again, I
I understand that this further complicates the situation.
What is the goal of Eddar's armies? Is it to preserve the life of the Tullys and their seat as Riverrun, or is it to preserve their command of the Riverlands?
You're asking a very specific question, sir.
I am.
Cannot help but wonder why. Rather than asking the intentions of the Northern Army, what are the intentions of Van and Justman's?
oh, that's easy enough. Justman will become Lord of the Riverlands.
Can I just say, we're talking Lord Paramount here, right?
Yeah. I have zero intention of. That doesn't mean I want to take River One from the Tullys and scatter them to the wind. Because
Sorry.
that's the farthest thing from the truth.
What I believe has been proposed is that House Tully retain its lands and titles, but that the title of Lord Paramount would pass to
Lord Van and Justman.
And indeed, what I am trying to do to aid this is find what goals we share and which ones we don't. Because if we know that, we know what we're fighting over, or whether we need to fight at all.
Now, as I understand it, that particular proposal is to ensure that Lord Frey does not work against us, and that perhaps is an unfortunate necessity of the current situation, but situations arising after the throne is won, there may be potential for revisiting.
My grandfather was not a humble man. Losing the Riverlands would have been hard for him. My uncle Edmer is also not particularly humble, but his pride is a more decent thing and less deeply rooted than what my grandfather held.
Held.
Hold on, wait, Rochester's dead?
When did this happen?
Yeah,
Word has not reached you then.
No.
when I left
Yeah,
Harrenhal,
but far
very much-
afield.
Pentos.
My grandfather passed in his sleep.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I worry that my uncle will not be able to do the same many years hence. And my father sent me here to speak and to listen for him. And I tell you, if you would keep my Uncle Edmer from passing peacefully in his sleep many years hence, we will stop you.
We have no desire to do that.
I respect that.
So it is your claim, then, that Vannon Rivers seeks only to be made Lord Paramount of the Riverlands, and that the surviving Tullys will not be harmed nor threatened, and that Riverrun itself will stay in the hands of my uncle.
Yes. Lord Edmer.
Should anybody pay them any undue harm, that will make me an enemy as well. You have my word as a knight on that.
And you would swear to this?
We'll swear to it now.
On the name of your southern gods and in writing.
I will, yes.
I will give you the decree. As much as it means until I haven't taken the throne. The throne is mine. And you have my word.
My Uncle Edmer is a good man, and as of yet unbetrothed. The Riverlands, or depending upon how things unfold, at least River Run, sits without an heir.
He needs a wife.
He does.
We can
If
find
the
him a
wife, if the wife is yours by blood, I can promise you Edmer will not mistreat her. But it could be that such a marriage, coupled with your vow of no undue viciousness in transferring Lord Paramount from Edmer Tully to Vannon Justman, could, if not halt the armies of the North, leave them uncertain who they're coming south to slaughter. So out of character, the promise was, like, A, make sure that Edmer is not going to be killed and Riverrun sacked and yada yada. Let him keep Riverrun, that trade, that money, that wealth, that land. Right? So there's that. But then B, you need to find a blood relation of yours, Queen, to marry to Edmer to kind of act as ward. Like wife ward, which is what a lot of wives are, right? It's either
Kind of wife ward.
it's either wife trophy or wife ward, right? But yes, he wants a blood relation of yours that'll be, of course, appropriate to a house as old and storied as Tully, even if they're not Lord Paramounts of the Riverlands anymore. He wants a blood relation of yours to marry his uncle Edmer. And that could seal a peace pact between you, half of the Riverlands, and a non-aggression pact with House Stark. Not necessarily peace outright, because Ned Stark decided he had to call the banners and march south. So he's probably
Yeah,
still
that train's a rolling.
Yeah.
But it will mean he is not expressly marching south to kill your childhood friend, Vannon, and to wipe out your allies in the Riverlands and secure the Riverlands and etc. etc. So that's the offer, is
Very
Sorry.
well.
peaceful
But I need
transition
you-
and find him a bride.
I
And
need
the
you to
sand snakes are-
understand.
All the sand snakes are blood relatives.
I'm just saying, I have two parents, or I had two parents, and one side of that family is rather barren of any relatives at all. Therefore, all the rest of my blood relatives are Dornish.
They are.
Stark, your uncle.
Maybe don't send him to cousin Elia though.
Stark, your uncle would not abuse such a bride, right? You know him as a man.
He would not.
Very well then.
And he is a man, right? I don't know his age. But he's a grown ass man, right?
I'm assuming you don't
I wasn't
phrase it
sure
like
where that was going. Like,
has he
No, but like
thought?
Rhaenys knows, so
Yes, he is. Edmure Tully, it was unusual that Edmure has been unbetrothed this long, and that's actually part of the simmering resentment with Walder Frey, is that like every day Edmure Tully got older and still wasn't betrothed to a Frey, right? Like, because he's like, I mean, it's been a little fuzzy with his age, but we'll say he's like 30, right? Like he's, young enough to still be an oops baby of the same generation as Catelyn Stark, but with a good gap. So like we'll say he's 30 in our campaign. I'm not doing the math and looking it up, but
he's about there anyway.
so Robb Stark says, I'm given to understand, though news of Dorne reaches Winterfell slowly and, dare I say, resentfully, that the Princess Arianne is not yet betrothed.
Oh, it's Doran's daughter, isn't it?
I'm
united
certain.
north and south like that would be.
wait. Isn't she the heir?
No, that's Tristan, isn't it?
It's
Uh-oh.
Dorne.
She's the oldest.
She's
Oh yeah, it's
the
Dorn.
oldest.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
she is the oldest, so she
also-
she is.
Quentin is next.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot.
It's fine. I'm just a little reminder. But yeah, so that would be the heir to Dorne is his opening proposal for a proposal kind of.
The heir to my uncle's throne as Prince of Dorne in Sunspear.
I guess you could counter with Lena.
I imagine that might mean favorable trade that would keep Riverrun prominent in the Riverlands, and
Aye.
and my uncle would get a bit of a sunburn from visiting often. I'm also given to
No, right of
understand.
death. Give him the sunburn.
I'm also given to understand, if my northern charms are not lacking, my lady, that there is a familial resemblance. And he looks at you and at Bela and is like, look, I've heard Arianne is hot. I've heard that she looks kind of like you guys. If that's true, that'll probably help Edmure. Like, so he's being a little bit flattery, a little bit flirtery.
Well, you should also know that several of my cousins are very comely.
If some are, if rather annoying.
And who have you been promised to exactly, Robb Stark?
Let's deal with my Uncle Edmure first.
Ah,
I'm not knowing where to look. Like,
While I'm thinking on this, I also have a question for you about your father's feelings on
You okay?
Cersei's children. Does he hold them responsible, or is he angry at them,
We're
or
not going to harm them unduly. They did crimes; they will be held for it. But other than that,
You have sailed from Dragonstone. Please do us all the favor of not denying that you were there to speak with Lord Stannis on this very matter. My father told me before I left for White Harbor that there are two men whose word he trusts when it comes to the parentage of those children. Tywin Lannister is neither of those men. One is Jon Arryn, who may have tried to reach my father before his death. But if ravens were sent, they did not arrive. The other is not Robert Baratheon either. It's Stannis. Jon Arryn and Stannis are the two men in all the world that my father knows would not lie about those children to profit themselves. Who does Stannis Baratheon believe Joffrey is? Is he Stannis's nephew, or is he only Tyrion's?
he's only Tyrion's per.
And he is like very hardcore reading your face, and you know while he's talking.
he is only Tyrion's?
That said, I will not see undue harm come to the children if they can avoid it.
Will Lord Stannis say so in writing and offer what proof he has? Out of character, yes. Like it's been made very
Yeah.
clear that he would.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
Then my father will not march south to swallow bile and follow the Lannister army into King's Landing a second time. I cannot tell you that my father will march against King's Landing either. But if we can procure Stannis' word, I can promise you he will not answer a call for the Warden of the North to help Joffrey keep the Iron Throne. I understand why you're sailing to Driftmark, and I think it's not only to speak to the Lord of the Tides. If the rest of you require leave to speak to your uncle and to share the North's condolences for your cousin, if you, and he looks at Rhaenys, and I can return to Dragonstone and speak with Stannis, I can sail north and you can sail south with ship holds full of peace.
Rhaenys, take
Oris,
Oris with you.
I'm planning
Yes.
on taking Oris
Like-
with me. Agreed. Oris, you're with me.
Always, milady. Adam,
Yes, Horace.
should I said your grace even with the Starks and such standing round?
Yes.
Always, your grace.
He's out of the closet.
Just
All right.
You've trained very well.
And we are going to cut our episode there.
6
So-
o'clock.
We will pick up in a few weeks. You have, if Stannis follows through and provides documentation, and he probably will, because Stannis loves writing things down that get other people in trouble.
He loves documentation.
So, assuming
He's still
Stannis
polite.
follows through, and he
He
probably
loves
will,
writing people up.
and assuming that you are able to follow through on a blood relation that is not an insult, being betrothed to Edmer. If you hash that out, Rob will go north and intercept the Stark army as they are marching south. The Stark army will march south to River Run or get riders there and convince Edmer, and we could be able to wrap up the River Run arc at the speed of messenger plot.
That would
So
be
just
amazing, and it would
down to you
save
guys.
so much, so many
Or-
lives.
Hear me out. We ambush Rob Stark and his party,
No.
and we take their, like, I don't know, whatever silver they have on them.
Because you guys are hurting for money.
Yeah, we just, I don't,
Yeah.
like,
So, all
and
right.
then we be like, I don't know what happened, Eddard Stark. They just never showed up.
Yeah, so oceans are big, you guys.
If they were even on an ocean, we don't know, but we saw them drown, though. We did see
So-
that.
You have had a pretty productive episode. We will pick up in 2 weeks' time. I'm not sure yet exactly where, because I might still make Stannis disagreeable. The problem is that then I've got to roleplay Stannis and Rob, like, arguing with each. It's just weird, so he'll probably just go along. But we'll be back in a couple weeks, and I'll try to think of a really cool and important place for us to be hopping back in. But you have not quite got the North on your side, but you have moved the North off of the other side.
We just need them to go fuck themselves for a while, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, I would love to have them on my side.
Oh,
But-
hey, also, hey, Rita, what did you guys talk about while you're talking amongst yourselves in that little room?
That's waiting for 2 weeks. We're not going to have So, thank you for stopping by, regular viewers. As always, of course, we love having y'all here. Thank you for stopping by, new viewers. Hopefully it wasn't awful and indecipherable for showing up in episode 79 of a game that we've been running for about 3 years. We try to keep it approachable to Game of Thrones fans. If you would like to play a little bit of catch-up, take a look on YouTube. Do a search for Sea of Spears, and all the prior episodes are up on YouTube. So if you just, are still doing like a full-on COVID quarantine and you've got some time to kill, there's like 78 4-hour episodes that you can
Barely
do
that many.
to just kill your time. So thank you for joining us, though. And
You can watch it at 1.25 speed, though, and cut through them
I
in.
know a few of them are like Q&A episodes that you don't necessarily to...
Yeah, it's like 3 of those, so.
But thank you for stopping by with that raid, and hopefully you guys had some fun with our kind of alternate universe of Westeros here, where we're trying to spotlight Dorne, and I think we've succeeded. Only like 4 of our 5 arcs have happened in Dorne, like whatever. So, thanks for stopping by, everybody. I hope you all had a good time. Players, as always, thanks. We'll see everybody back here in a couple of weeks.
Bye.
Here we go.
Bye, everybody.